What if freedom had a price, one that demanded the very essence of hope itself? In the oppressive shadow of Pharaoh's reign, a people shackled by despair yearned for liberation, their cries echoing through the cold stone walls of Egypt. The Nile, once a source of life, now loomed like a serpent, coiling around their hearts, a constant reminder of their bondage. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in crimson, an ancient prophecy stirred, wrapped tightly around the fates of the oppressed. In a modest home, a mother's frantic whispers filled the air, her hands trembling as she carefully placed her infant son into the bulrushes, a desperate act of defiance against an edict that sought to extinguish their lineage. This child, hidden within the reeds, was destined to become the voice of a nation, a flicker of hope in a world thick with despair. Little did she know, the river would carry him to a life far beyond her dreams, a life that would challenge the very throne of Egypt. Meanwhile, in the opulent halls of the palace, Pharaoh sat surrounded by splendor, oblivious to the storm brewing on the horizon. The air buzzed with tension as whispers of dread crept through the court. Plagues loomed, darkening the skies and the hearts of the people. Livestock lay dead, crops withered under a relentless sun, and the firstborns of Egypt trembled in their cradles, shadows of fate hanging over them. The gods of Egypt quaked in the face of the approaching storm, their power waning as the cries for deliverance grew louder. As night enveloped the land, a powerful figure emerged from obscurity. A shepherd turned leader, his very presence ignited the flames of rebellion. With a voice that could shatter stone, he stood before the burning bush, the air thick with the scent of divine purpose. "Let my people go," he proclaimed, a weighty demand resonating against the walls of a kingdom built on oppression. But Pharaoh, hardened and unyielding, would not yield easily. The battle between freedom and tyranny had begun, each side locked in a deadly dance that would rewrite history. The tension crackled like the air before a storm. Miraculous signs and wonders unraveled like threads of fate, unveiling a chaotic tapestry of divine intervention. The river turned to blood, frogs swarmed like an uncontainable tide, and darkness swallowed the land, a haunting testament to the power of a people united by hope. But with each plague, Pharaoh's heart hardened, and the stakes grew perilously high. As the final hour approached, an unthinkable choice loomed on the horizon. Would the Israelites mark their doors in faith, risking it all for a promise, or would they remain trapped in familiar chains? With the clock ticking, the weight of history pressed down upon them, and the whispers of the past mingled with the urgency of the present. The path to freedom lay shrouded in peril, but for those willing to step into the unknown, destiny awaited. A destiny wrought with sacrifice, courage, and the unbreakable bond of a people finally ready to rise. In the land of Egypt, where the sun blazed fiercely above the golden sands and the Nile wound its way like a precious ribbon through the earth, a tale of two peoples unfolded against a backdrop of towering pyramids and sprawling cities. The air was thick with the scent of spices and the distant sound of artisans chiseling stone, while slaves toiled under the watchful eyes of their overseers, their backs bent from the burdens they carried. This was a time when the pharaohs ruled supreme, believed by their subjects to be gods among men, and in their shadow lived a people whose fate would intertwine with that of Egypt in ways that would echo through the ages. In the year 1300 BCE, the Israelites, a group of nomadic herders, found themselves at the crossroads of survival and oppression. They had settled in Egypt during a time of famine, seeking refuge and sustenance. Perhaps it was a time of hope. The promise of a fertile land and bountiful harvests whispered among them like a gentle breeze. But as the Israelites established themselves, the warmth of acceptance began to chill, turning into the icy grip of bondage. Their status shifted from honored guests to unwelcome outsiders. As the once bright future grew darker with every passing year, the pharaoh, a figure of immense power, saw the swelling numbers of the Israelites with suspicion. The brick kilns rang with the sound of relentless labor, as men and women were forced to build grand structures that paid homage to the very rulers who oppressed them. The Israelites, once free, now lived as prisoners in a land that had once welcomed them with open arms. Each day became a testament to their resilience, a fight against despair. They whispered prayers under their breath, knowing that hope was a fragile thing, easily crushed beneath the heel of oppression. The Nile, once a source of life, turned into a symbol of their suffering. As the waters rose and fell, they watched in silence, their dreams drowned in the currents of their reality. Yet even in this bleakness, stories of their ancestors, the tales of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, wove through the hearts of their people like golden threads of faith. Through these stories, the Israelites held onto an identity that was both ancient and powerful, a promise of deliverance that flickered like a candle against the dark. In the royal palace, the atmosphere was one of decadence and power. The pharaohs surrounded themselves with luxury, oblivious to the cries of the oppressed just beyond their walls. But tensions brewed beneath the surface like a storm ready to break. The priests, steeped in tradition, sought to maintain their grip on the people, using fear to bind them to their beliefs. Meanwhile, the Israelites whispered of a God who had not forgotten them, a God who would one day rise up on their behalf, a rumor that sent shivers down the spines of their oppressors. As the years unfolded, the plight of the Israelites became a tale of desperation and hope, marred by the cries of their children. The pharaoh's heart hardened, and the labor grew harsher. The whips cracked like lightning in the air, each strike a painful reminder of their chains. Mothers huddled with their children, their eyes filled with unshed tears as they sang old songs of freedom, daring to dream of a day when they could escape the shadows of slavery. Yet even in the midst of despair, a flicker of defiance ignited among the Israelites. They began to resist in quiet ways, using their minds and their hearts as weapons. Stories of their ancestors turned into a potent force, stirring the spirits of the young and old alike. The elders spoke of a promised land, a place flowing with milk and honey, a future where they could stand tall and proud, no longer bound by the shackles of oppression. The very air around them crackled with a tension that was palpable, as if the earth itself anticipated the arrival of something monumental. In the sprawling fields echoing with the sound of labor, a voice emerged from their depths. Moses, a man born of Hebrew blood yet raised in the heart of the palace. He wandered between worlds, a bridge between the oppressor and the oppressed, his heart torn between loyalty and justice. Fate had carved a path for him, as he caught glimpses of the suffering endured by his people. The burning bush that spoke to him became a symbol of divine intervention, a profound moment where the boundaries of heaven and earth blurred. "I have heard their cries," it said, igniting within him a passion that could no longer be contained. He felt the weight of his people's suffering and the call of destiny. As Moses returned to his people, the fear of confrontation danced in the air. The Israelites, weary and worn, looked to him with a mixture of hope and skepticism. They had been betrayed so many times before, their dreams dashed against the cold stone of reality. Yet there was something in his eyes, a glimmer of purpose that ignited their spirits. "Let my people go," he declared, a sound that echoed through the hearts of the downtrodden like a clap of thunder. The pharaoh's response was one of fury, a defiance that would unleash a series of calamities upon the land. The Nile turned to blood, frogs swarmed, and locusts darkened the skies, each plague a reminder of the scales tipping into chaos. The Israelites watched in awe and terror, each event a step closer to liberation, but also a testament to the wrath of a ruler unwilling to yield. The air crackled with tension, as the fate of two peoples hung in the balance, one clinging to power, the other yearning for freedom. As the moon cast its silver glow upon the land, the night of the Passover approached, a night like no other, steeped in fear and anticipation. The Israelites prepared themselves, marking their doors with lamb's blood, a sign of their faith, a promise of protection. With each heartbeat, they felt the weight of their ancestors' dreams pressing upon their shoulders, urging them to stand firm. The cries of the Egyptians echoed in the night, a poignant reminder that freedom often comes at a cost. When the final act of defiance unfolded, it shattered the quiet of the night. The firstborn of Egypt fell as the price of stubbornness and pride, sending shockwaves through the kingdom. The cries of anguish pierced the air, mingling with the whispers of hope rising from the hearts of the Israelites. In that moment, the very fabric of their reality shifted, destiny unfolding before them like the petals of a blooming flower. As dawn broke over the horizon, the Pharaoh released them, and the Israelites surged into the unknown. Freedom was finally within their grasp, yet it was so much more than mere escape. It was the birth of a nation, a people ready to reclaim their identity and march toward a future painted with the colors of hope. The dust from their hurried footsteps mingled with the air, a testament to their resilience and the promise of what lay ahead. The journey into the wilderness called to them, a new chapter waiting to be written, filled with trials, tribulations, and the relentless pursuit of a better tomorrow. In the dim light of a flickering fire, shadows danced against the rough walls of a small hut. Outside, the haunting cries of the night echoed through the air, a reminder of the harsh world that lay beyond. But within these humble walls, hope flickered like the flame that warmed the room. Families huddled together, their faces etched with the lines of hard work and struggle, whispered tales of strength and dreams of freedom. The Hebrew people, bound together by faith and resilience, were on the brink of a new dawn. They had come to Egypt generations ago, seeking refuge from famine and despair. With every passing year, their numbers swelled like the great Nile in flood, transforming from a handful of wandering souls into a vibrant community. The fertile banks of the Nile nurtured their growth, providing sustenance and a sense of belonging. As they toiled in the rich soil, their dreams intertwined with the land, sowing not just crops but the seeds of their future. But as the years turned into decades, the winds of change began to howl through the desert. A new pharaoh ascended to the throne, one who viewed the Hebrews not as allies, but as threats. The vibrant community that had once been welcomed began to be seen through the lens of fear and suspicion. The pharaoh's heart hardened, and soon the songs of joy turned into cries of despair. Heavy burdens were placed upon their shoulders, and the sweet aroma of freedom was replaced with the stench of oppression. With every brick they laid, with every stone they heaved, their spirits began to crack. But among them were those who would not let their light dim. They shared stories of ancestors who had crossed the Red Sea, of promises made by a God who saw their suffering. These stories flowed like the Nile, sustaining them in their darkest hours. The young ones listened wide-eyed, and the elders spoke with a conviction that transcended the pain of their reality. One night, as the moon hung heavy in the sky, a leader emerged from the shadows. His name was Moses, a boy raised among the enemy, yet destined to rise like a flame from the ashes of despair. When he spoke, his voice was filled with the power of his ancestors. It resonated in the hearts of those around him. He painted visions of deliverance, of a land flowing with milk and honey, where they could breathe freely and worship without fear. His words ignited a fire within the people, rekindling their hope and courage. But the road to freedom would not be easy. The Pharaoh, with his heart as cold as the stones upon which the Hebrews labored, would not easily release his grasp. In the depths of night, quiet whispers of rebellion began to spread. The Hebrews met in secret, planning and sharing their dreams of escape. They could taste the sweetness of freedom on their lips, but the bitterness of fear clung to their throats. Days turned into weeks, and tensions rose like the floodwaters of the Nile. The air crackled with anticipation, and the Hebrew people moved with urgency, knowing the time for action was near. Moses stood tall among them, a beacon of hope, but even he felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders. The fear of failure loomed large, and every night he prayed for guidance, pleading for a sign, for a way to lead his people to the promise that shimmered just beyond their reach. Then, in the midst of their darkest hour, a miracle unfolded. Plagues swept through Egypt like a tempest. The waters turned to blood, the skies darkened with locusts, and the cries of the Egyptians filled the air. Each sign was a reminder of their plight, a call to remember their strength and resilience. In the throes of suffering, the Hebrews found a flicker of hope. They began to believe that their cries had been heard. But with every blow dealt to the enemy, fear and uncertainty gnawed at their hearts. Would their liberation come at a cost too great to bear? As the final plague loomed, a sense of urgency overcame the people. They prepared hastily, filled with anticipation and dread. They painted their doorposts with the blood of a lamb, a sign for the angel of death to pass over them. With every brushstroke, they committed themselves to the promise of freedom, a bold act of faith amidst overwhelming fear. The night was filled with a tension that could be felt in the marrow of their bones. Would they survive the night? Would they finally be free? When the dawn broke, it was a new beginning. The air felt electric, charged with the weight of what was to come. The cries of mourning echoed through the streets of Egypt, but among the Hebrew people, a different sound rose. Shouts of joy, a cacophony of hope, replaced despair as they gathered their belongings and prepared to flee. It was a moment frozen in time, a collective breath held as they stepped into the unknown. Moses led them toward the Red Sea, the waters looming like a barrier between their past and their future. Behind them, the relentless chariots of Pharaoh thundered, a dark reminder of the oppression they sought to escape. With every pounding hoofbeat, the heart of the people raced. Would the waters part? Would they find safety on the other side? The tension was palpable, a mix of fear and faith hanging in the air. As Moses raised his staff, the waters began to stir. Gasps filled the air as the sea parted, revealing a path through the depths. With courage etched into their very being, the Hebrew people stepped forward, heartbeats synchronized in a rhythm of hope. They moved as one, a mighty force, crossing the threshold from bondage to freedom, leaving behind the shadows of their past. Ahead lay an uncertain future, but they could already feel the warmth of liberation washing over them. And with that, their story continued, a tale of faith and resilience that would echo through generations. The Hebrew people had risen from the depths of despair, and their journey had only just begun. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a molten glow over the city of bricks and despair. In the shadow of monumental pyramids, the air was thick with dust and cries of anguish. The people toiled relentlessly under the watchful gaze of the Pharaoh, their hands raw and calloused from the burdens they were forced to bear. Men, women, and children, all trapped in a cruel fate, worked tirelessly to fashion the stone giants that would symbolize the eternal glory of a ruler who saw them as nothing more than tools for his ambition. A mother, her back bent and eyes sunken, called out for her son, her voice cracking like the parched earth beneath her feet. "Came!" she cried, the name a fragile thread of hope in a world that had long forgotten kindness. The boy, only 8 years old, labored alongside men twice his size, carrying stones that seemed to weigh more than his tiny body. As sweat dripped from his forehead, mingling with the dust of the land, he glanced up at the towering figure of the overseer. The man's whip glinted in the fading sunlight, a cruel reminder of the pain that could come with even the slightest hint of weakness. In another corner of the quarry, a young woman named Nefertari felt the weight of the stones she carried crushing her spirit. Her fingers bled from the sharp edges of the blocks, but she refused to show her pain. Each day, she watched as her fellow workers were beaten, their screams echoing like haunted ghosts against the limestone walls. The Pharaoh's soldiers were merciless, enforcing his will with a brutality that left no room for defiance. They saw humanity only as a means to an end, the clinking of chains a symphony of subjugation. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the workers, an ominous silence fell across the quarry. The overseer, a giant of a man with eyes like coals, surveyed the exhausted bodies before him. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing beneath the surface. With a swift motion, he pointed to a man who had stumbled under the weight of his load. "Bring him forward." The crowd parted, a wave of fear and resignation washing over them. Nefertari's heart raced. She had seen this before. The punishment that came with failure was swift and brutal. The man was dragged to the front, pleading for mercy, but mercy was a luxury in the Pharaoh's Egypt. The whip lashed out, biting into flesh, the sound of cracking leather mixed with desperate cries. Nefertari's breath caught in her throat. She wanted to look away, but her eyes were glued to the scene. Each strike was a reminder of their shared suffering, a collective wound that pulsed with every heartbeat. It was not just one man suffering. It was a whole people, each blow resonating with the pain and sorrow of generations. As the final strike fell, the man crumpled to the ground, a broken figure among the stones. The overseer turned, satisfied, and the workers were ushered back to their tasks, numbed by horror. Yet, in the depths of despair, a flicker of rebellion ignited in Nefertari's heart. She could not let this continue. Their suffering demanded a response, a cry that could shatter the chains binding them to their fate. Night cloaked the landscape, but the fires of anguish burned bright in the hearts of the oppressed. In the shadows of the pyramid, whispers began to ripple through the camp. The idea of freedom flickered like a flame, fragile yet fierce. Stories of past rebellions were shared in hushed tones, tales of those who dared to defy the might of the pharaoh. Their spirits unbroken even in death, came small but fierce, felt the pull of those stories. He had watched his mother's face, etched with lines of worry, and felt a stirring within him. The children had not yet lost their laughter, despite the darkness that loomed over their lives. That night, as he lay on the hard ground, he dreamt of a world where the pharaoh's shadow no longer loomed large, where laughter filled the air instead of cries. But as dawn broke, the hard reality returned. Soldiers marched through the camp, their boots thudding like the pulse of a drum, reminding everyone who was truly in control. Nefertari felt the sting of tears as she watched her friends and neighbors bend under the weight of their chains. The relentless oppression crushed their spirits, yet somewhere deep in their hearts, they clung to the ember of hope. The sun rose higher, the heat intensifying, as the day dragged on. Each laborious hour dripped with sweat and fatigue. Then, an unexpected moment changed everything. A sudden shout erupted from the crowd. Someone had found a way to fight back. Rumors spread like wildfire, igniting fears and hopes alike. A plan was forming, one that could disrupt the pharaoh's reign. The air crackled with electricity as Nefertari and her friends gathered in secret, eyes wide with a mixture of dread and determination. "Tonight," Nefertari whispered, her voice barely audible above the sounds of the quarry, "we take a stand." The words hung in the air, heavy with the promise of change. Each heart beat faster, syncing with the rhythm of rebellion. The fear of punishment was palpable, yet the longing for freedom burned brighter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a new chapter began to unfold. The chains of oppression clanked ominously, but amidst the darkness, a spark of defiance flickered to life. The pharaoh's reign had been built on the backs of the broken, but tonight, they would rise together. The cries of the oppressed stirred into a chorus, echoing through the land as they prepared to face their oppressors. In the shadows, hope and fear entwined, each pulse a promise of what's to come, a confrontation that would change the course of history forever. In the muted stillness of an Egyptian night, the moon cast a silver glow over the land, illuminating the desperate shadows that danced along the banks of the Nile. It was a time of fear, a time when the cries of innocent children echoed through the streets of Goshen. The air was thick with the scent of anxiety, and a sense of impending doom loomed over the Hebrew people. Pharaoh's decree resonated through their lives like a thunderclap. All newborn boys were to be cast into the river, a brutal command to curb the growing strength of the Israelites. But in one modest home, tucked away from prying eyes, a miracle was unfolding. Jochebed, a woman of remarkable faith and quiet strength, was about to give birth. The labor pains came like waves crashing upon the shore, fierce yet rhythmic. Each contraction was a reminder of her precarious reality. She clutched her husband, Amram's hand, her heart racing with fear and hope intertwined. Would they bring another child into a world so filled with hatred? With each cry that pierced the night, the walls of their home seemed to tremble. In the flickering light of a small oil lamp, Jochebed's resolve hardened. She gave one final push, and in that moment, the world around her faded into the background. A baby boy emerged, his cries piercing the silence, a sound that would resonate through the ages. Tears streamed down Jochebed's face as she cradled her child in her arms, feeling an overwhelming rush of love and protectiveness. This child would be a beacon of hope. She could feel it in her bones. But as she gazed into his innocent eyes, the weight of Pharaoh's decree crashed upon her. How could she keep him safe? The fear gnawed at her heart, but she refused to be crushed by it. This child was her gift and her challenge. She would do everything in her power to save him. As days turned into weeks, the baby thrived, his spirit unyielding even in the face of danger. Jochebed named him Moses, a name that would echo through history. She held him close, whispering stories of courage and freedom, planting seeds of strength within him. But with every passing day, the risk of discovery grew. The whispers of the neighbors and the watchful eyes of the Egyptians weighed heavily on her mind. One fateful morning, as Moses cooed in his makeshift cradle, a woven basket lined with soft reeds, an idea began to form in Jochebed's mind, a desperate plan born of maternal love. She knew the river, with its treacherous currents and hidden depths, could also conceal. With a heart heavy yet resolute, she prepared her son for a journey into the unknown. She would place him in the very waters that threatened to take him away, but she would also surround him with hope, woven into the fabric of his tiny basket. As she laid Moses down, the sun began to rise, casting golden rays across the waters. With tears shimmering in her eyes, she kissed his forehead, sealing her love within his heart. She whispered a prayer for his safety, for his future, and for a deliverance yet to come. Then, with trembling hands, she set him afloat, watching as the current gently cradled her boy. The basket, a fragile vessel of faith, drifted slowly away, carrying her greatest treasure into the vast, ominous river. As the morning mist hung like a veil over the Nile, the tension thickened. Jochebed peered from the reeds, her heart pounding like a drum. Would someone find him? Would they see the light within him? Fate was weaving its intricate tapestry, and it was not long before the daughter of Pharaoh herself stepped down to the river's edge, a figure of beauty and authority. Her presence commanded the water, and the reeds seemed to part in reverence. The princess had come to bathe, her maids trailing behind her like shadows. As she splashed in the cool waters, her eyes fell upon the sight that would change everything: a basket bobbing in the current. Curiosity sparked within her, and she beckoned to her attendants. With a gentle hand, she lifted the basket from the water, and as she peered inside, her heart swelled. There lay a child, cooing softly, glistening with the promise of life. He was beautiful, and a rush of maternal instinct surged through her. This child, a Hebrew boy, was a gift from the gods, a divine intervention. But as the princess gazed at him, a pang of sorrow shot through her. She knew the decree. She understood the danger he was in. Yet she felt an undeniable connection. This boy would not be cast away. He would be cherished. She would raise him as her own, defying the very edict that sought to extinguish his life. Meanwhile, a figure watched from the shadows, heart racing: Miriam, Moses' sister. With the audacity of youth, she stepped forward, her spirit ignited by the spark of hope. "Shall I fetch a nurse for the child?" she asked, her voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions within her. The princess regarded the girl with a raised brow, intrigued by her boldness. Miriam knew the risks, yet her heart surged with the possibility of salvation. The princess nodded, and as Miriam hurried away, she felt the weight of destiny upon her shoulders. Back home, Jochebed was still wrestling with her heartache when a breathless Miriam burst through the door, her eyes alight with excitement and urgency. "Mother, it's the princess. She wants to keep Moses." In that moment, time stood still. Emotion wrapped around Jochebed like a warm embrace, igniting a flame of hope. The princess had chosen her son. Fate had turned. Their story was not over yet, but merely beginning. A tapestry woven with threads of desperation, courage, and an unyielding belief in the future. Jochebed wiped her tears away, a smile breaking through the clouds of despair. She could nurse him, raise him in the palace, yet still protect him. The love of a mother knows no bounds, nor does the fortitude of hope when faced with insurmountable odds. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a radiant glow over the Nile, the whispers of destiny began to stir, hinting that this child would grow to be a great leader, a deliverer. But the journey was only just beginning. and the river of time flowed ever onward, carrying with it the echoes of a promise yet to be fulfilled. With every heartbeat, the world held its breath, waiting for the moment when Moses would rise, a beacon of hope for a people in chains. The sun hung low in the Egyptian sky, casting long shadows across the opulent palace grounds. Laughter rang out from the courtyard, where young nobles played games of skill and strength. But in the midst of this carefree joy stood Moses, a boy caught between two worlds. His skin, kissed by the sun, bore the mark of a Hebrew, yet he wore the fine robes of an Egyptian prince. A flicker of conflict danced in his chest, igniting a storm he had yet to understand. From the moment he had been pulled from the Nile, cradled in the arms of Pharaoh's daughter, Moses had lived a life of privilege. The golden halls of the palace had been his playground, the soft murmur of tutors his lullaby. But the whispers of his true heritage clung to him like the dust on his sandals. In quiet moments, he would retreat to the banks of the river, gazing into its depths, seeking answers in the rippling waters that held his past. Yet, in the sparkling facade of royal life, shadows loomed. The Hebrew slaves toiled under the harsh sun, their backs bent, hands calloused. Moses' heart ached with the knowledge of their suffering, knowing he was a part of a system that kept them in chains. He longed to know them, to understand their pain, but fear and uncertainty tethered him to his royal status. One fateful day, the tension erupted like a storm. Moses had witnessed the brutal treatment of a Hebrew slave, a man whose spirit had been broken by the lash of an Egyptian overseer. Rage boiled within him. How could he stand by and watch? In a moment fueled by adrenaline and deep-seated empathy, Moses intervened, his fists flying. The overseer fell lifeless as the reality of his actions set in. He had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. Panic consumed him as he realized the weight of what he had done. In that instant, his life as a prince shattered like glass. He fled the palace, the opulent walls echoing with the laughter of those who would never know the burden he carried. The streets of Egypt became his refuge and his prison. He ran through alleys that twisted like the thoughts in his mind, heart pounding, feet pounding, until the city faded behind him and the vast wilderness opened up before him. The desert was unforgiving, a sea of sand and heat stretching endlessly. Moses wandered, lost and broken, his heart heavy with guilt. The sun beat down, relentless, and doubt clawed at his spirit. Who would he become now? A fugitive? A coward? He sought solitude, finding a small oasis where he could finally breathe. But even the gentle rustle of palm trees could not soothe his restless soul. Days turned into weeks as he carved out a new existence among the Midianites, a people as foreign to him as the concept of a simple life. Under the watchful eye of a kind-hearted priest, Moses learned the ways of shepherding, the art of nurturing life rather than destroying it. He found solace in the cries of the flock, their innocence mirroring the purity he had lost. Yet, every bleat echoed with reminders of the family he had left behind, the throne that was no longer his to claim, and the cries of his people still ringing in his ears. Then came the day that would ignite his purpose. As he tended to his sheep on the mountainside, a sight unlike any other captured his gaze. A flame flickered in the distance, not consuming but alive with a divine energy. The burning bush stood in stark contrast to the barren land, and in that moment, it felt as if the universe had paused. Moses approached, trembling, heart racing with both fear and anticipation. The voice that emerged from the flames was not just a sound, but a command, a calling that would shatter the silence of his life as a fugitive. Remove your sandals, for the place you stand is holy ground. The words wrapped around him, binding him in a reverent embrace. God's voice echoed in the very marrow of his bones. Here, in this desolate landscape, Moses found a flicker of hope, a spark of purpose. He listened as the voice revealed the fate of his people, the destiny that lay before him, and suddenly, the weight of his past transformed into a beacon of promise. But doubt gnawed at him like a relentless predator. Who was he to speak to Pharaoh? What could a shepherd offer a people shackled in despair? Yet the voice burned on, igniting passion within him, urging him to rise. Moses felt the fire within him grow, embers of his true identity beginning to glow brighter than ever before. He was not merely a fugitive fleeing from the past. He was a leader destined to stand before kings and challenge the very foundations of oppression. The journey had only just begun, but the emotions swirled like a tempest within his soul. The echoes of laughter from the palace faded, replaced by the cries of a people yearning for freedom. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, but Moses now knew he was no longer defined by his mistakes. He was a man on a mission, a prince turned shepherd, poised to return to Egypt and reclaim his place, not on the throne, but among those who suffered in silence. With resolve etched upon his heart, Moses took a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill his lungs. He turned away from the oasis, the fire of purpose lighting his way. The wilderness no longer felt like a prison. It had become the crucible of his transformation. The road ahead was perilous, filled with challenges he couldn't yet fathom, but the whispers of destiny danced around him, promising that this was a journey worth taking, one that would change the fate of a nation. As Moses stepped into the unknown, the horizon stretched out before him, brimming with possibilities. The past clung to him like a shadow, but he would stride forward, embracing the call that echoed in his soul. The story of his life had taken a turn, but it was only the beginning of a saga that would ripple through history, igniting hope and sparking rebellion against the chains of bondage. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the rugged hills of Midian. The air was thick with the warmth of the late afternoon, as golden rays broke through the scattered clouds, illuminating the isolated figure of a man. Moses stood alone, his hands calloused from years of tending sheep, the weight of his past heavy on his shoulders. He was no longer the prince of Egypt, but a shepherd, a fugitive running from memories that haunted him like ghosts. Little did he know, this day would change everything. As Moses led his flock deeper into the wilderness, a flicker caught his eye. He paused, squinting against the sunlight that danced on the rocks. There it was again, a blaze of fire that seemed alive, yet untouched by the dry earth around it. Curiosity mixed with an ancient fear as he approached, unsure of what he might find. The sheep grazed around him, unbothered, but Moses felt a pull, an inexplicable attraction to the burning bush that flickered with an intensity he had never seen. "Come closer," a voice called, gentle yet commanding, echoing through the remnants of the day. Moses' heart raced, each beat resonating with an urgency that was foreign to him. He stepped forward, drawn into the warmth of the flame that consumed the bush without reducing it to ashes. The sight was mesmerizing, and for a moment, he forgot the weight of his past and the burdens of his present. "Moses!" The voice rang out again, powerful and clear. "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." A shiver coursed through him, the gravity of the moment pressing down like a mountain. He knelt, shedding his sandals, not just as an act of obedience, but as a surrender of his old self. The dust of Midian clung to his feet, but in that instant, he felt an ethereal spirit touch his soul, awakening something deep within him. The air crackled with energy as the voice continued, revealing a purpose that had been long dormant. "I have seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard their cries. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people out of Egypt." With each word, the weight of destiny settled on Moses' shoulders, an overwhelming sense of responsibility that stirred his heart and filled his mind with doubt. His voice trembled as he responded, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?" The question hung in the air like smoke, filled with uncertainty and fear. Memories of his past flooded back. The Egyptian taskmaster, the blood on his hands, and the life he had left behind. How could he return to the very place he had fled? The voice answered with a calm authority, "I will be with you." In that moment, time seemed to stretch, and Moses felt the weight of generations resting on his back. The promises of his ancestors whispered to him through the wind, filling the air with a sense of history, a tapestry woven with threads of hope and despair. "Tell them I am has sent you," the voice instructed, power and resolve radiating from it, wrapping around Moses like a cloak. The name echoed in his mind, a declaration of existence that transcended time, a name that would ripple through ages, filled with both fear and reverence. This was more than a mission. It was a divine commission that would shift the course of history. As the flames danced before him, Moses' heart raced between exhilaration and dread. "What if they do not believe me?" he asked, desperation creeping into his tone. "What if they say, 'The Lord did not appear to you'?" With a wave of divine authority, the voice demonstrated power beyond human comprehension. "What is that in your hand?" Suddenly, the staff in Moses' grip transformed into a serpent, slithering across the ground, then back into the familiar shape of a shepherd's staff. A miracle before his eyes, a sign of the authority bestowed upon him, filled Moses with a mix of awe and fear. His heart pounded wildly as he imagined facing Pharaoh, the great ruler who had once been his brother. Would the serpent drink from the Nile, turning the waters to blood? Would it bring forth plagues that would shake the very foundations of Egypt? The enormity of what lay ahead was staggering, and doubt whispered cruelly in the corners of his mind. "I am not eloquent," Moses protested, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I am slow of speech and tongue." The words spilled from him like water, each syllable tinged with a lifetime of insecurity and inadequacy. But the voice, unwavering and kind, reminded him, "Who gave human beings their mouths? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go. I will help you speak and will teach you what to say." With every moment, the fire blazed brighter, illuminating the shadows in Moses' heart, the doubts, the fears, the failures. But in that holy place, the air shimmered with promise, igniting a spark of bravery that flickered to life within him. Each heartbeat began to synchronize with a new rhythm, one of purpose and destiny. Yet, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, a whisper that begged him to retreat. But on this holy ground, amidst the flames that did not consume, Moses felt a shift in his spirit. The past was a heavy weight, but the future glimmered with hope. "Please, send someone else," he finally blurted, desperation spilling from his lips like the last drops of water. The silence that followed was thick, charged with an intensity that made the ground beneath him tremble. The flames flickered and roared, and in that powerful moment, Moses felt the full force of the divine presence surrounding him. "Your brother Aaron will help you," the voice reassured him, a hint of frustration mingling with compassion. "Together, you will speak to the people of Israel and to Pharaoh." Breathless, Moses knelt in the dust, the weight of his calling pressing down on him. The fire crackled, and the air hummed with life. He felt the pulse of history beating in tandem with his heart, a wild, relentless rhythm that would carry him forward, into the unknown, into the arms of destiny. The burning bush had not just ignited flames. It had ignited a purpose that would echo through time, a mission that would forever change the world. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the land into twilight, Moses rose from the sacred ground, a new man, ignited with divine purpose, ready to embrace the challenge ahead. The journey was just beginning, and the heart of history awaited him, trembling with anticipation. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the rugged terrain of Midian. Dust danced in the air, stirred by the soft breeze that whispered through the hills. Moses, a man shaped by the weight of his past and the harshness of his present, stood by the edge of a tranquil oasis, his gaze lost in the shimmering water. It was a moment of solace, yet it was shattered by a voice that thundered from the burning bush, a voice that seemed to resonate with the very core of creation itself. "Moses! Moses!" The sound pierced the silence, reverberating in his heart with an urgency that made him tremble. He turned, his heart racing, the air thick with the scent of burning wood and the unmistakable essence of something divine. The bush blazed brightly, but it was not consumed. In the midst of this miraculous sight, he felt the weight of countless lives resting on his shoulders, a burden he never sought but now faced with an undeniable intensity. "Here I am," he stammered, his voice barely escaping his lips, echoing his own disbelief. What could be expected of him? The shepherd who had fled from the grandeur of Egypt, who had wandered through the wilderness for years. How could he be the one chosen to lead a nation? Fear coursed through his veins, igniting a flicker of rebellion against the call. Doubt crept in, thick as the smoke rising from the bush. As God spoke, reminding Moses of the suffering of his people, each word felt like a hammer striking against his soul. I have seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard their cries. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people out of Egypt. A million thoughts raced through Moses' mind, colliding violently. He was just a man who had committed murder, a fugitive hiding in the desert, yet here was a command that could change everything. But who am I? The question escaped him, raw and desperate. How could he possibly stand before the mighty Pharaoh? A man who commanded armies and towers, a man who had everything Moses had lost. That incredulous question hung in the air, laden with an unyielding truth. He felt small, insignificant against the backdrop of history that was unfolding. Yet the call persisted, echoing in a cadence that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. God's response cut through the fog of self-doubt. I will be with you. Those words were a promise, a lifeline thrown into the depths of his uncertainty. Yet, doubt clung to him like a shadow. The whispers of his past, of failure, of fear, wove a tapestry of hesitation that threatened to choke his resolve. He imagined the faces of his people, the weary eyes of the enslaved, and the chains that bound them, and even amid hope, despair clawed at his heart. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of generations pressing on him. What if they do not believe me? What if they say, "The Lord did not appear to you"? His mind raced with visions of rejection, of the disbelief that might meet him upon his return. Would they see him as a hero or a traitor? The uncertainty twisted in his gut, a knot that refused to unravel. God, patient and unwavering, provided him with signs, miracles that would demonstrate divine power. A staff turning into a serpent, his hand becoming leprous and then healed. Yet each miracle felt like a double-edged sword, a reminder of his inadequacy mingled with the glory of what was possible. He felt a surge of anger bubbling within him. Why must it be him? Why not someone more equipped, more eloquent, more worthy? The weight of the call was oppressive, and he longed for escape. I am not eloquent, he protested, desperation lacing his words. I am slow of speech and tongue. The doubt was palpable, a living thing that slithered through his thoughts. He was a man of action, not of words. He envisioned the moment he would stand before Pharaoh, his voice faltering, his hands trembling. The very thought ignited a fire of fear in his chest that threatened to consume him whole. But God's response was resolute, unwavering. Who gave human beings their mouths? Is it not I, the Lord? The question resonated deep within him, a reminder that no matter his flaws, he was not alone. The divine presence wrapped around him, a cloak of strength and purpose weaving through his hesitation. Yet even as the weight of that promise settled on his shoulders, Moses felt a tidal wave of emotions crash over him. Please, send someone else, he pleaded, his voice cracking under the strain of his fear and reluctance. It was a final cry, one born from the depths of his being, a man torn between the call of destiny and the shackles of his past. The silence that followed was deafening, as if the very heavens held their breath, waiting for a response. Then God's anger burned, sharp and consuming. Yet within that anger was a spark of understanding. Your brother Aaron will speak for you. Relief washed over Moses, but it quickly mingled with another wave of fear. His brother, the one who had once stood by his side, would now be his voice. As the reality of his calling settled, the horizon seemed to shift. Moses felt the ground beneath him tremble with the weight of what was to come. He was a reluctant instrument in a much larger plan, a man chosen to lead his people out of the darkness of oppression. The enormity of that mission sent chills down his spine, and in that moment, a new resolve began to bloom within him, fragile yet fierce, ignited by the possibility of a brighter future for his people. But the shadows of doubt loomed large, and as Moses turned to face the path ahead, he felt the tension of the unknown, an invisible thread pulling him toward a destiny he could scarcely comprehend. The horizon beckoned, vast and uncharted, filled with the promise of liberation and the weight of responsibility. The call to lead surged within him, an undeniable force that would not be silenced, even as the echoes of his reluctance lingered in the air like a haunting melody. The flames of the burning bush flickered behind him, a reminder of the divine encounter, as Moses stepped forward into the unknown, his heart a battlefield of hope and fear, ready to confront a destiny that awaited him. The air crackled with tension as Moses stood at the edge of the barren desert, his heart pounding like a relentless drum. The weight of destiny pressed upon his shoulders, a heavy mantle woven from fear, hope, and a purpose that had been whispered to him in the shadows of a burning bush. Ahead lay Egypt, the land of his birth, now a place of oppression where his people cried out in anguish. Each step toward the memories of his childhood was a step into the unknown, a step toward a confrontation that would change the course of history. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the sandy terrain. Flashes of his mother's warm embrace and the soft lullabies sung in their modest home flickered across his mind. Yet, those memories mingled with the cries of the Israelites, their suffering echoing in his soul like a haunting melody. He could almost hear their voices rising to the heavens, a blend of desperation and a flicker of hope. Moses felt the weight of their pain, as if each tear shed by his people fell directly onto his heart. As he approached the gates of the great city of Pharaoh, the walls loomed tall and oppressive, a physical representation of the tyranny that ruled over the land. Moses' breath quickened, his resolve wavering for just a moment. What if they refused to listen? What if he was just a man powerless against the might of Pharaoh? But then he remembered the promise made to him in that sacred moment with God, the promise that he would be the voice of the oppressed, the instrument of liberation. The very thought ignited a fire within him, pushing back the shadows of doubt. The streets of Egypt were alive with bustling activity. Merchants shouted, children laughed, and the scent of spices filled the air, a stark contrast to the sorrow that loomed in Moses' heart. People moved about, unaware of the storm brewing just beyond their horizon. Moses felt like a ghost in this vibrant place, his presence a stark reminder of the struggle that lay beneath the surface of this seemingly thriving society. With each step through the narrow alleys, he recalled the face of his brother Aaron, the one who would share in this monumental task. They had been separated by time and circumstance, yet now they would stand together as warriors of hope. Moses' eyes scanned the crowd, searching for that familiar face. When their eyes finally met, a flood of emotions washed over them: relief, love, and an unspoken understanding of the daunting task ahead. "Brother?" Aaron breathed, stepping forward, his voice barely above a whisper, laden with urgency. "Are you ready for this?" Moses nodded, feeling the weight of that question settle heavily between them. "I must speak to Pharaoh," he replied, his voice steady despite the tempest raging in his heart. "My people are suffering. We cannot remain silent any longer." Together, they made their way toward Pharaoh's palace, the colossal structure that symbolized both power and oppression. The guards stood at attention, their faces impassive, but Moses could feel their curiosity, their doubt. Would they allow him to speak? Would Pharaoh even receive him? As they approached the entrance, a guard stepped forward, arms crossed defiantly. "What business have you here, Hebrew?" he demanded, his voice a low growl. Moses felt a shiver run down his spine but held his ground. "I am here to speak with Pharaoh. The God of Israel has sent me to demand freedom for his people." The guard's eyes narrowed, skepticism etched on his features. "Do you think your words can sway the mighty Pharaoh? You're nothing but a fugitive, a shepherd in exile." Moses could sense the weight of the guard's disdain, but he also felt something else, a flicker of the divine presence that had guided him thus far. "I carry the weight of a people who have suffered for far too long. Let me speak to him, and you shall see." The guard hesitated, and in that moment, the universe seemed to hold its breath. A whisper from the crowd swelled, encouraging the guard to relent. With a reluctant nod, he stepped aside, allowing Moses and Aaron to enter the grand hall. Inside, the air was thick with opulence, the golden decor shimmering under the soft glow of flickering torches. Pharaoh sat upon his throne, a figure of authority who radiated power and indifference. His eyes, cold and calculating, met Moses's gaze, and for a moment, time stood still. Could this man truly understand the cries of the downtrodden? "Who dares approach me?" Pharaoh's voice rang out, echoing off the marble walls, cutting through the stillness like a knife. "What is your purpose?" Moses felt the weight of 1,000 souls behind him, their hopes resting on his shoulders. "I am Moses, a Hebrew and servant of the Lord. The God of Israel has commanded that you let my people go." Murmurs rippled through the court, disbelief coloring the air. Pharaoh leaned forward, a sneer forming on his lips. "The God of the Hebrews? I do not know this God, and why should I heed the words of a mere shepherd?" Moses's heart raced. This was the moment that would define everything. He is the God of the oppressed, and he has seen the suffering of his people. If you refuse, you will face his wrath. The atmosphere crackled with tension, a living thing that threatened to explode. Pharaoh's laughter echoed, harsh and dismissive. "I will not bow to threats from a defeated slave. The Israelites are mine to control. They shall continue to build my empire." With those words, Moses felt a rush of determination. This was not just a battle for his people, it was a fight against tyranny itself. "Let my people go," he declared, his voice rising, emboldened by the spirit of those who had suffered. The confrontation had begun, and Moses stood firm, ready to fight for justice, not just for his people, but for generations to come. The sun hung high over Egypt, casting a relentless heat that shimmered over the dusty streets of ancient Memphis. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and worry, for the people could feel a change stirring, like a distant storm on the horizon. It began with whispers, echoes of dread that spread from the laborers in the fields to the grand halls of Pharaoh's palace. Something was coming, and it would shake the very foundation of their lives. In the shadow of colossal pyramids, where the dead were worshipped and the living toiled, Pharaoh Ramesses II sat upon his golden throne, draped in fine linen and gemstones that sparkled like stars in the midday sun. His face was a mask of authority, but behind it lay a flicker of uncertainty. He had ruled with an iron fist, dismissing the cries of the enslaved Israelites who pleaded for freedom. They were a blight in his eyes, a thorn in his side, and he had every intention of keeping his grip on them tight. But as the days turned into weeks, an unsettling presence filled the air. Moses, the shepherd-turned-reluctant messenger, stood before Pharaoh with eyes aflame with conviction. His message was a simple one: "Let my people go." Each word fell heavy upon the court, reverberating like a hammer striking an anvil. The courtiers exchanged glances, laughter bubbling up like a poorly concealed secret. How could a mere shepherd challenge a god-king? The answer would soon unfold in ways they could never have anticipated. With a wave of his hand, Pharaoh dismissed Moses, his laughter ringing through the palace like a death knell. Little did he know, the God of Moses was not one to be trifled with. Unbeknownst to Pharaoh, the first of many plagues was already looming like a dark cloud, ready to unleash its fury. It began with the Nile, the lifeblood of Egypt, where the waters shimmered a vibrant blue, and the fish danced beneath the surface. But this day would mark the beginning of a profound change. As Moses raised his staff over the river, its waters trembled, then bled into a ghastly red, blood bubbling up from the depths. The fish lay dead, their bodies floating lifelessly to the surface. The once thriving river now stank of decay, and the people recoiled in horror. Pharaoh's heart hardened further. "This is mere magic," he declared, a sneer twisting his lips. He summoned his magicians, who tried to replicate the miracle, but their tricks only deepened the stench of desperation in the air. Days turned into weeks, and the Nile remained a crimson reminder of defiance. The complaint of the people grew louder, a chorus of pain and suffering echoing from the fields to the palace. "We can endure this," Pharaoh thought, stubbornness tightening his grip like a vice. But Moses returned, unwavering, his resolve ignited by divine purpose. The second plague surged forth with a wild fury, a restless wind that brought forth swarms of frogs that leapt and croaked, invading homes, kitchens, and beds. The people screamed in horror as slimy creatures crawled over their bodies, a grotesque reminder of their despair. Yet, Pharaoh's heart was still not softened. He merely waved the frogs away, confident that this was a temporary inconvenience. Then came the gnats, a relentless buzz filling the air as they darkened the skies. They bit and stung, overwhelming the people and livestock alike. Pharaoh's magicians, once so proud, could only watch in disbelief. They realized something greater was at play. But still, Pharaoh remained stubborn, unwilling to relent. The next plague came like a thief in the night, a storm of flies that swarmed in a chaotic frenzy, blotting out the sun. The biting creatures invaded every corner of the land, but the land of Goshen, where the Israelites dwelled, remained untouched. It was a divine mark, visible evidence of God's power. Pharaoh was infuriated, yet he continued to harden his heart, dismissing the signs in front of him. This was only the beginning. The following plague struck at the very core of Egypt's identity. The livestock, cattle, sheep, goats. One by one they began to fall lifeless in the fields. The mourning of the farmers echoed through the land, a symphony of despair. Pharaoh's resolve was tested, yet he clung to his stubborn pride, refusing to relent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness fell over Egypt like a shroud. It was then that the boils erupted, blistering the skin of the Egyptians, a painful reminder of their defiance. Even the magicians could not stand before Moses, their bodies racked with pain. The cries of anguish filled the air, yet Pharaoh's heart remained like stone. Then came the thunder and hail, a tempest of fury unleashed upon the land. It battered crops and homes, tearing through the fields, a demonstration of nature's wrath. The skies roared and flashed, and in that moment, even Pharaoh staggered. But even amidst the chaos, he found a way to harden his heart once more, vowing to stand firm against the tide of divine power. The final plague loomed closer, a shadow that whispered of devastation. Moses stood before Pharaoh one last time, the air charged with tension. "If you do not let my people go, the firstborn of every household will perish," he warned. Pharaoh's expression hardened, a mask of defiance. Yet underneath, the slightest crack began to form. As Moses turned to leave, the weight of the impending doom hung heavy in the air. The people trembled with fear and hope, knowing that the end was near. The unseen battle between the forces of Pharaoh's stubbornness and the relentless will of God reached a fever pitch, and the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. The tales of these plagues would ripple through history, etched in the memories of all who lived through them. The challenge between a mighty ruler and an all-powerful God was far from over, yet the ground felt different underfoot. The time for reckoning was drawing near, and with it, the promise of release and devastation hung tantalizingly in the balance. The world held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The Nile River glistened under the midday sun, its waters flowing gracefully like a silken ribbon through the land of Egypt. Yet, beneath this seemingly tranquil surface lay a sinister truth waiting to erupt. The people, bustling along its banks, were blissfully unaware that a great terror was about to descend upon them, one that would shake their very faith and pierce their hearts with fear. A lone fisherman stood at the water's edge, his hands calloused from years of labor. He cast his net, feeling the familiar tug of the river's bounty. But as he pulled it back, his heart sank. The water, usually teeming with life, now held a stillness that sent shivers down his spine. A red hue began to seep through the clear water, staining it like the blood of the innocent. The whispers began on that fateful day, creeping through the marketplace and echoing in the homes of the people. "The river bleeds," they said, their voices trembling as they spoke of the uncanny sight. Panic ignited in the hearts of the Egyptians, for blood flowing through their sacred river could only mean one thing: a sign of God's wrath. Pharaoh, the ruler of this great empire, sat upon his throne, adorned in all his regalia, his expression shifting from skepticism to unease. The reports flooded in, each more troubling than the last. "The fish are dead," one messenger announced, his face pale. "The water is poisoned. It cannot be drunk." The once thriving economy began to falter, and despair settled over Egypt like a thick fog. Among the people, a young girl named Amina clutched her younger brother to her side. She had heard the stories of the foreign prophet, Moses, who was said to have spoken directly to the God of Israel. She had been raised to believe in the power of her own gods. Yet the events unfolding before her eyes began to chip away at her faith. "Is this punishment for our sins?" she wondered aloud, her heart racing as the crimson tide swirled before her. As the days passed, the river's transformation grew more pronounced. The laughter of children was replaced by the cries of terrified parents who could offer no explanation. The stench of decay hung heavy in the air, mixing with the cries of the wounded and the dying. Villagers gathered together in frightened clusters, their conversations laden with doubt. Had they angered a deity? What would become of them? In the palace, Pharaoh's advisors urged him to take action, but the ruler remained stubborn, clinging to the belief that he was a god himself. "This is but a trick," he proclaimed to his court, his voice echoing off the marble columns. Yet even he could not ignore the growing unrest among his people. As the sun sank low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the bloodied waters, Moses stood defiantly before Pharaoh. "Let my people go," he demanded, his voice steady, piercing through the tension that filled the throne room. The air crackled with an intensity that could be felt in the bones of all who stood there. Pharaoh's laughter rang out, a hollow sound that masked his unease. "You speak of your God, but what power does he hold over me?" he challenged, his bravado thinly veiling his fear. Yet, as Moses raised his hands, the very air seemed to shift. A great wind swept through the room, carrying with it the scent of blood, and Pharaoh faltered. In the streets, Amina watched as the people bowed their heads in prayer, their voices rising in a desperate plea for divine mercy. "If only the gods will listen," she whispered, her heart a tumult of hope and dread. It was a moment suspended in time. A collective heartbeat echoed in unison as the reality of their suffering washed over them. The river continued to churn, a tempest of crimson waves as fear gripped the nation. Families fled their homes, seeking refuge from the madness that had taken hold. Mothers clutched their children, praying for safety, while fathers searched for answers in the depths of despair. The land that had once flourished with abundance was now a wasteland of sorrow and loss. Then a chilling vision emerged in the minds of the people. They spoke of the prophecy, of the plagues that would come upon them if Pharaoh refused to heed the warning. With each retelling of the tale, fear festered like a wound, deepening the rift between Pharaoh and the common folk. As the sun rose on another day, the Nile's blood-red waters shone like an ominous omen, casting shadows that danced ominously across the land. The people gathered near the riverbank once more, searching for hope in the midst of despair. They spoke in hushed tones, voices quaking with fear and uncertainty. "What must we do?" they asked one another. "Will our cries be heard?" Moses stood on a hill overlooking the river, his heart heavy with the burden of prophecy. He could feel the weight of his calling pressing down upon him, a calling forged in fire and blood. "It is not too late," he murmured to himself, the words barely escaping his lips. "God's power can still save them." And then, like a bolt of lightning illuminating the darkened sky, the realization struck him. This was not merely about the river or the Pharaoh. It was about faith, about awakening the hearts of a people long lost in their own arrogance. The land trembled beneath him, echoing the turmoil of the human spirit. Back in the palace, Pharaoh's resolve began to crumble. The cries of his people pierced through his defenses, haunting him in the quiet moments when he was alone with his thoughts. He could almost hear the echoes of their prayers, pleading for redemption. With each heartbeat, Doubt in his own power crept closer, wrapping around his heart like a serpent, squeezing tighter. The world outside continued to unravel as the river claimed its victims, transforming the landscape of Egypt forever. With every sip of bloodied water, with every dead fish that washed ashore, the people began to see the undeniable truth. The God of Moses was not to be trifled with. And so the stage was set. The clash of faith and power loomed on the horizon, a storm brewing that would change the course of history. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the skies with shades of crimson and despair, Egypt stood on the brink of divine judgment, caught in a web woven by fear and the unmistakable sign of God's power. A thick, sickly sweet scent filled the air as dusk fell over the ancient city of Egypt. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the Nile, where the water shimmered like liquid gold. It was a serene moment, yet shadows lurked just beyond sight. The people of Egypt had grown complacent, blind to the storm brewing within their own land. They had worshipped their gods, built grand monuments, and reveled in the bounties of the river, but an unseen force was about to shatter their world. On that fateful night, the first croaks echoed softly in the darkness. Frogs, small and unassuming, began to emerge from the muddy banks. At first, it seemed like a harmless spectacle, a mere quirk of nature. But as the croaking intensified, it turned into a cacophony that sent chills down spines. Families gathered in their homes, peering outside with wide eyes as shadows danced along the ground. The frogs were multiplying, leaping from the mud like a living tide, their bodies glistening in the moonlight. The following morning, a new terror engulfed the land. As the sun rose, the frogs swarmed every corner of the bustling marketplace. They hopped over stalls piled high with grains, fruits, and freshly caught fish, leaving a trail of chaos in their wake. Vendors shouted, their voices laced with panic, as the creatures invaded their goods, slipping between their fingers as they tried to swat them away. The air turned heavy with desperation, and the joy of the market transformed into an overwhelming sense of dread. "Moses!" cried a merchant, his voice cracking with fear. "Make it stop. We cannot live like this." The name of Moses fell from lips like a whispered prayer, a glimmer of hope amidst the horror. The Pharaoh, a figure of power and authority, remained oblivious to the suffering of his people, locked away in his palace, consumed by pride. As the days passed, the frogs grew bolder, invading homes and businesses alike. They leapt onto dinner tables, disrupted sacred rituals, and even found their way into the Pharaoh's own chambers. The once mighty ruler, known for his strength, now cowered at the sight of the relentless amphibians. His opulent palace became a prison, filled with the sounds of croaking that echoed through the halls like a sinister symphony. Every night, the frogs continued their assault, gathering in throngs, their presence suffocating the city. Families huddled together, trying to block their doors and windows, but the creatures were relentless. They wriggled into every nook and cranny, their slimy bodies slipping through the tiniest gaps, turning the home into a nightmare. Mothers wept as their children screamed, unable to understand why their once safe haven had become a living nightmare. In the shadows, Moses watched the unfolding chaos, feeling a mixture of triumph and sorrow. The frogs were but a small piece of a much larger puzzle, a warning to the Pharaoh who refused to listen. The cries of the people reached him, and he understood that this was only the beginning. With each croak, the message was clear. The gods were angry, and the balance of power was shifting. The priests of Egypt, once considered the voice of the divine, were now filled with uncertainty. They gathered in the temples, chanting prayers and offering sacrifices, desperate to appease their gods. But the frogs did not relent. They were a sign of something far more dire. The priests, with their ornate garbs and elaborate rituals, could not stem the tide of the onslaught. The ground quivered beneath them, and the very foundations of their faith began to crack. As the plague continued, rumors spread like wildfire. Mothers whispered to their daughters as they huddled close, "What if this is a punishment?" Fear hung thick in the air, palpable and suffocating. The city, once an emblem of strength, transformed into a place of despair. The laughter of children faded, replaced by the shrill cries of panic. Even the Nile seemed to murmur in sorrow, its waters now teeming with the very frogs that plagued the land. One morning, as the sun broke through the clouds, casting a golden light over a city in turmoil, an extraordinary sight unfolded. The streets, once bustling with life, were now a grotesque tableau of writhing frogs, their bodies glimmering and slick. A young girl, no more than 7, knelt in the mud, her small hands trembling as she cradled a frog gently. She looked up, tears pooling in her eyes, whispering, "Why is this happening?" In that moment, the divide between the powerful and the powerless blurred. The pharaoh, consumed by arrogance, remained ensconced in his palace, where luxurious tapestries hung and gold glimmered. Yet, outside his walls, the people were suffering, their cries growing louder, echoing off the towering structures that were meant to signify strength. A storm was brewing, one that could topple the mightiest ruler and shake the very foundations of Egypt. As the days turned into a relentless cycle of despair, the pharaoh finally summoned Moses, his voice heavy with anger and desperation. "Why do you plague me so? Is it not enough?" His once commanding presence faltered under the weight of defeat. Moses stood tall, unwavering, and spoke with a calm resolve. "Release my people, or face the consequences of your stubbornness." The tension was palpable, a silent duel of wills in the grand chambers filled with opulence now tainted by fear. The pharaoh, blinded by pride, dismissed the warning, yet the frogs continued their relentless invasion, an army of nature asserting its will. The people could only watch as their world crumbled around them. The silence of the Nile turned into a roar of impending doom. As the sun set once more over the Nile, the air hung thick with an electric anticipation. Moses could feel the weight of fate pressing down on him. The stage was set for an unimaginable reckoning. The frogs, a harbinger of chaos, had opened the floodgates to something much greater. The dark clouds gathered on the horizon, promising storms of change that would forever alter the course of history. Every croak resonated through the hearts of the people, a reminder that they were caught in a moment that would define their existence. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the bustling streets of ancient Egypt. A heavy heat settled over the land, thick enough to choke on, as sweat dripped from the brows of men and women toiling away in the fields. They whispered among themselves, their voices tinged with fear and confusion. Strange things were happening, they said. Plagues were sweeping through the land, each more bizarre than the last. It was at this very moment that the gnats began to rise, thick clouds of them, swirling like dark smoke, a foreboding sign of trouble that had come to settle over the Egyptians. In the heart of the city, Pharaoh's magicians gathered, their faces lined with both determination and trepidation. They had demonstrated their powers, turning staffs into serpents and flooding the Nile with blood. But now they stood before their greatest challenge yet. The air crackled with tension as they prepared their incantations, their voices weaving through the rising heat like threads in a tapestry of desperation. They would not be outdone by this new affliction. They were the proud magicians of Egypt, champions of the pharaoh, defenders of the realm. As the first gnats erupted forth from the earth, a sudden wave of panic swept through the crowd. The insects filled the air, darkening the sun, and a chorus of screams punctuated the sweltering silence. People ran, desperate to escape the maddening swarm that seemed to have no end. The gnats were relentless, biting and buzzing, their tiny bodies weaving through the air in a frenzy. The magicians raised their arms and began to chant, their words spilling forth in an urgent rhythm, but for all their power, they could only watch in disbelief as the gnats continued to multiply around them. "Let our magic work!" One of the magicians cried out, his voice strained. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded the dark forces of nature, hoping that his enchantments would harness the gnats to his will. But instead of obeying, the gnats swarmed in tighter, a living cloud of chaos. The magician's face twisted in panic as he felt the tiny bodies crawling over his skin, biting him mercilessly. He swatted at them, but his actions only invited more attacks. a reminder of the limitations of human power against the forces of nature. Across the city, the cries of the people grew more desperate. Mothers clutched their children close, shielding them from the relentless onslaught. Even the noble and powerful were not spared. Their fine clothes became a feast for the gnats. Their laughter turned to cries of frustration and fear. Pharaoh himself watched from his grand palace, his brow furrowed in confusion. He had commanded the magicians to quell this plague, yet the more they tried, the worse it became. In a moment of sheer desperation, one magician turned to his companions with wild eyes. "We must summon the wisdom of the ancients, invoke the spirits of our ancestors." He gestured wildly, his voice rising above the cacophony. Yet as they called upon the names of long-dead sorcerers, the gnats continued their relentless assault, driving the magicians to the brink of madness. Their incantations fell flat against the swirling mass of tiny bodies, and the air grew thick with the smell of fear and sweat. The gnats seemed to mock them, a tiny army that thrived in their very presence. The people, once proud and defiant, now huddled together, their eyes wide with terror as they felt the ground pulse beneath their feet with the incessant buzzing. Fear twisted in their chests like a tightening coil, leaving them breathless. In the chaos, an old woman stood still, her hands trembling at her sides. She watched the magicians flounder, their confidence eroded by the sheer impossibility of the task before them. "These are no ordinary gnats," she whispered to herself, her voice barely audible over the din. "They are a sign, a warning." Her heart raced with a mix of dread and understanding, sensing that something greater than mere magic was at play. As the magicians continued their futile efforts, a sudden hush fell over the crowd. The gnats seemed to pause, hovering in the air, as if they too were waiting for something. Then it happened. A single magician, his face pale and drawn, stepped forward. He trembled as he lifted his staff, his voice shaky yet filled with a newfound resolve. This is beyond us. We cannot fight what is sent by the gods." A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. The words hung heavy in the air, reverberating with a truth that pierced through their fear. The magicians had met their match, not in the form of another man, but in the will of a higher power. The gnats began to swarm again, their relentless buzzing filling the air with an ominous chant. They were no longer just pests. They were a message, a manifestation of divine wrath that could not be ignored. Suddenly, the old woman stepped forward, her voice cutting through the panic. "We must acknowledge this. We must change our hearts." Her words rang with conviction, igniting a flicker of hope among the beleaguered crowd. Perhaps there was a way out, a path that lay beyond the power of the magicians. The gnats buzzed louder, a chaotic symphony that echoed the heartbeat of a nation on the brink. But the magicians, still reeling from their failure, looked on with disbelief. They had always been the masters, but now they were powerless. The weight of their arrogance pressed down on them, and they felt the stinging gnats as a reminder of their limitations. Their magic could not bind the forces that raged around them, nor could it shield them from the consequences of their hubris. The gnats danced hungrily around the magicians, each tiny body a piercing reminder of their impotence. Anxiety gripped their hearts, squeezing tighter with every moment that passed. They could feel the shift in the air, an ominous change that beckoned to something deeper within their souls. The old woman's voice rang out again, a beacon of clarity amid the chaos, urging them to seek forgiveness, to recognize their place in the vast tapestry of existence. And as the gnats continued to swarm, a sense of inevitability loomed over the land. What would come next? The crowd stood at the edge of a precipice, hearts pounding, breaths caught in their throats, waiting for the next wave of fate to crash upon them, knowing that this was only the beginning. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a harsh light over the land of Egypt. In the fields, farmers toiled under its relentless gaze, their sweat mingling with the dust kicked up by their animals. Yet, as more followed, the air filled with their frantic flapping, the chorus of buzzing growing louder, echoing the rising fear in the hearts of the people. Within moments, the landscape transformed into a nightmarish scene. as flies poured in from all directions, darkening the air like a storm cloud. These were no simple pests. They carried with them the weight of a divine message. To the Egyptians, who had long worshipped the Nile and its bounty, this was not just a nuisance but a clear sign of something far worse. The flies invaded their homes, landing on their food, crawling over their bodies, and buzzing incessantly in their ears. Panic spread as families huddled together, frantically trying to swat them away, but it was futile. The flies were relentless, invading every corner of their lives. Meanwhile, across the land, in the region where the Israelites toiled as slaves, a peculiar stillness enveloped their camps. The contrast was striking. While the Egyptians were consumed by chaos, the Israelites found themselves in an unexpected sanctuary. Not a single fly dared to cross the invisible barrier that separated them from their oppressors. Their homes, though humble, remained untouched, as if a protective shield enveloped them. Confusion mingled with hope. They looked to one another, wide-eyed, whispering words of wonder. Word spread quickly among the Israelites. "Look," they murmured, pointing at the swarms that enveloped their captors like a dark shroud. "The God of our ancestors has turned his gaze upon us." Hope flickered like a flame in their hearts, illuminating the shadows of despair that had long threatened to snuff it out. The vast difference between their suffering and their oppressor's plight felt like a divine declaration, and for the first time in a long while, they dared to believe that their cries had been heard. In the Egyptian cities, the situation became dire. Flies thrived in every nook and cranny, breeding rapidly, their numbers growing to an unmanageable swarm. People stumbled through the streets, their faces gaunt and wild, eyes filled with dread. They shouted for help, for relief, but it was as if the very gods they worshipped had turned their backs. The priests, clad in their ornate garments, scrambled to appease the deities with sacrifices and prayers, but nothing seemed to work. The flies were relentless, mocking their rituals and showing no signs of receding. Within the homes of the Israelites, the air was thick with a different kind of tension, a blend of fear and burgeoning hope. They gathered in groups, sharing stories of their ancestors and the promises made to them. The sound of laughter echoed softly, a sound so rare in their lives, as they dared to dream of freedom. Each day, as the sun rose, their hearts swelled with the hope that this was the beginning of something monumental. Each night brought quiet prayers, a collective yearning for liberation that seemed to rise like smoke to the heavens. The flies continued their assault on Egyptian life. Food spoiled under the relentless swarm, animals fell ill, and productivity plummeted. People turned frantic as their world crumbled around them. The rivers, once a source of life, were now tainted with decay. The once mighty pharaoh, who had ruled with an iron fist, now cowered behind his palace walls, consumed by paranoia. His courtiers, once confident in the might of their empire, whispered in dark corners, their eyes darting nervously. The unthinkable was happening. They were losing control. In stark contrast, the Israelites were awakening to an undeniable truth. Each day that passed without the plague touching them was a day filled with renewed strength. They began to gather in larger numbers, their voices rising in song and prayer, growing bolder with every passing hour. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden hues over the land, a murmur of freedom began to ripple through the air, a sound that was carried on the wings of hope. But the sorrow of the Egyptians was far from over. As they fought back against the invasion, their desperation led to chaos. Mothers wept for their children, fathers raged against what they could not control, and families were torn apart by fear. The darkness of the plague seeped into their very souls, leaving despair in its wake. With each stinging bite of a fly, the dread of their own impotence grew heavier. The distinction between the Egyptians and the Israelites had never been so stark, etched into the very fabric of their lives by the relentless plague. The Israelites viewed it as a sign, a divine intervention that would usher them into a new era. As the sun set on that fateful day, they stood together, united by their shared suffering, their voices rising together in a plea for freedom. Their faith burned brightly, a candle flickering against the looming shadows of despair. As skies darkened and night fell, the flies buzzed on, a haunting reminder of the turmoil that consumed one half of the land while the other stood hopeful, waiting on the cusp of something extraordinary. Something that felt like destiny was finally within their grasp. The air was charged, thick with anticipation, as the world around them trembled on the edge of transformation. The night was far from over, and the story of their lives was only just beginning to unfold, spiraling ever forward into the unknown. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the dry, cracked earth of Egypt. Any passerby would see the beauty of the landscape, but beneath that surface lay a heavy weight, a tension that twisted in the air like a predator waiting to strike. The land, which had always been a blessing to the people, had suddenly turned against them. In the fields, cattle grazed uneasily, their eyes wide and fearful. They sensed the devastation that was creeping across the land, a disease that was clawing its way through the livestock, leaving behind a trail of sorrow. The rich, deep voices of farmers filled the air, intermingled with the sounds of rustling reeds and the distant call of a hawk. But their voices carried a tremor of despair, the kind that could only arise when hope began to slip through one's fingers. In the marketplaces, the usual hustle and bustle had dulled. Merchants traded glances filled with worry, their stalls lined with empty baskets and withered produce. The laughter of children echoed only faintly now, as parents rushed their little ones home, away from the spreading whispers of sickness. It was not just any sickness. It was a disease that struck at the very heart of their existence, their livestock, the lifeblood of their families and their economy. Pharaoh's heart had hardened, and with it, the future of a nation teetered on the brink of destruction. The advisors whispered among themselves, their faces etched with concern. They had seen the signs, the cattle falling ill, their bodies weakening, dragging themselves to the ground as if the earth itself had become too heavy to bear. The cries of the farmers rang out in despair. "Our cows! Our sheep! What shall we do?" While the sun continued to rise and set, the disease spread like a dark shadow across the fields. Cattle that once stood strong and proud now lay lifeless, their once vibrant eyes dulled to a lifeless gray. The sight was enough to make even the stoutest heart quail. Everywhere the farmers looked, they saw the impacts of Pharaoh's refusal to heed the warnings. This calamity was a direct result of his stubbornness. As the days passed, the sickness showed no signs of abating. The stench of death began to envelop the villages, and the cries of the dying echoed through the nights. Children, once filled with laughter, now sat solemnly, clutching their mothers' skirts, as they watched their fathers struggle to lift the weight of loss. The disease took more than livestock. It consumed spirit and hope. In quiet corners, families gathered to share their fears. They spoke in hushed tones, their faces drawn and pale. Each word bore the weight of a deep-seated fear that gnawed at their insides. "What if it spreads to us?" a trembling voice would ask, and silence would fall like a heavy blanket, as the unspoken answer hung in the air. What would become of them if the sickness crept into their homes? The elders remembered the stories of old, tales of gods who punished those who turned their backs on the truth. They warned that the Pharaoh's heart must soften, or the land would continue to suffer. Yet, Pharaoh sat atop his throne, distant from the cries of his people. His advisors, once loyal, now exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. They felt the growing discontent among the people. Fear transformed into anger, desperation into rebellion. In the fields, the once vibrant vegetation turned brown, the crops wilting under the relentless sun, mirroring the decay of hope in the hearts of the farmers. Dust storms swept through the villages, carrying with them the remnants of a life that once thrived. The villagers gathered, eyes wide and desperate, seeking answers from the skies that had turned cruel and unyielding. The weight of their sorrow pressed heavily upon their shoulders, and the cries for relief echoed like a haunting melody through the valleys. The livestock disease was not just a matter of animals falling ill. It was a harbinger of something far greater. It was a message, a painful reminder that the natural order had been disrupted. And yet, Pharaoh remained unmoved. His heart of stone echoed through the ages, a stark contrast to the lifeblood that once coursed through the veins of his kingdom. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting eerie shadows upon the land, the cries of the afflicted reached a fever pitch, a crescendo of agony that echoed into the night. The farmers, exhausted and defeated, gathered what little they had left, their hearts heavy with grief. They looked to the heavens and pleaded for mercy, but all they received was the relentless wind, whipping through the fields, carrying their sorrow far beyond the horizon. In that moment, a figure appeared on the edge of the village, silhouetted against the dying light. An elder, weary yet resolute, stepped forward. His voice, though frail, rang with the conviction of generations. He spoke of unity, of the need to come together in the face of despair. As he raised his arms, the villagers gathered around him, their eyes glistening with the flicker of hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, they could sway the heart of the mighty Pharaoh with their collective voice. But the elder's words hung in the air, heavy with uncertainty. Would their cries reach the Pharaoh's ears, or would they be met with the same indifference that had brought such suffering upon them? In that moment, as the stars began to twinkle above, the tension in the air thickened. The weight of the disease loomed large, but so did the flicker of hope, a battle between despair and faith that had yet to reveal its outcome. And as darkness enveloped the land, the whispers of revolution began to stir in the hearts of the people, a quiet force gathering strength, ready to challenge the indifference that had cost them so dearly. It was a turning point, a moment where the very fabric of their existence hung in the balance, waiting for a spark to ignite the flames of change. The sun hung low in the sky, casting eerie shadows across the land of Egypt. The air was thick with tension, a palpable sense of dread settling over the people. They whispered among themselves, casting wary glances toward the horizon, where the figure of Moses loomed like a specter. His words had become a haunting promise, echoing through the streets of Thebes, instilling fear even in the hearts of the bravest warriors. The Nile, usually a source of life, seemed to tremble in anticipation of what was to come. As the first signs of the plague appeared, the atmosphere shifted. At first, it was but a ripple, small, unnoticed by many. Yet those who were attuned to the signs around them felt a chill creep down their spines. It began with a few stray boils on the skin of the livestock, innocent enough at first. But that was only the beginning, a cruel prelude to the horrors that were to follow. As the sun rose the next day, a sense of doom blanketed the land, and the boils spread like wildfire, leaving behind a trail of anguish. The boils were unlike anything the Egyptians had ever known. Tender, oozing, and inflamed, they mocked the very essence of their deities. From the high priests of Ra to humble farmers, no one was spared. They tore at their skin, leaving raw, open wounds that cried out for relief. Children wailed in pain. Mothers held them close yet felt utterly helpless, and fathers became shadows of their former selves, their strength sapped by fear and despair. In the grand temples dedicated to their gods, panic erupted. The priests, once confident and unwavering, now looked to the heavens for answers. Was this a punishment from the gods? Was their faith truly so weak that they could not withstand such a trial? They desperately clawed at their skin, their hands stained with blood and pus, chanting prayers that seemed to fall on deaf ears. Their gods, the very embodiment of power and stability, were silent in the face of this catastrophic judgment. And so, the judgment unfolded, a relentless echo of the pain that coursed through the land. The people began to question everything they had known. They had worshipped their gods with fervor, offering sacrifices, building grand temples, and bearing witness to elaborate rituals. Yet now, these same deities seemed to have abandoned them. The plague of boils was not merely a physical affliction. It was an assault on their beliefs, a direct challenge to the very fabric of their society. The streets of Thebes became a haunting spectacle. Men and women stumbled about, their bodies covered in festering wounds, their faces twisted in agony. The once vibrant markets lay silent, the cries of vendors replaced by the sounds of suffering. It was as if the god of the Nile had turned his back on them, allowing sickness to seep through the very soil they toiled upon. The divine connection that had once provided comfort now felt like a cruel joke. Among the afflicted was a young girl named Anip. At just 10 years old, she had known little else but the warmth of her family and the joy of playing by the riverbank. But now her hands were swathed in painful sores, and her laughter was silenced. Her mother, once a fierce protector, now sat beside her, tears streaming down her cheeks as she prayed to the gods for mercy. Anip clutched her mother's hand, her grip growing weaker. Each day was a battle, each breath a reminder of the horror that surrounded them. As the days dragged on, desperation grew. The priests gathered in the shadow of the great pyramids, their faces pale and drawn. They chanted incantations, hoping to summon their god's favor, but the skies remained ominously clear. The sun beat down mercilessly, illuminating the suffering that had taken root in their souls. The once mighty Pharaoh, seen as a god himself, now seemed powerless against the plague. He watched as his people crumbled, faith replaced by fear. Then came the moment that would forever change the course of their history. Moses, a figure both revered and reviled, stood before Pharaoh once again. With a voice that carried the weight of divine authority, he declared that this plague, this judgment of boils, was a sign from the God of Israel. The words felt like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of the people. For some, it was a moment of clarity. For others, a moment of despair. Did their beliefs hold any power against such wrath? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the cries of the afflicted echoed through the night. The stars, cold and distant, offered no comfort. Shadows danced on the walls of the buildings, twisting into grotesque shapes that mirrored the pain and chaos below. Fear had taken root in every heart, and it threatened to consume them all. In a final act of desperation, the high priests gathered, their faces etched with lines of worry. They clutched their sacred relics, hoping against hope that they could appease the wrath of the unseen force that had come upon them. But as they looked upon the boils that festered on their own skin, a deep realization dawned. This was not just a plague, it was a reckoning. The gods they had long served now seemed powerless against the very punishment they had wrought. The plague of boils marked a turning point, a visceral reminder that the balance between man and the divine could be shattered in an instant. The people, once proud and defiant, were now broken, their spirits bruised and battered. As the moon rose high, casting its pale light over the suffering below, the cries of despair intertwined with the whispers of fear. They were trapped in a web of judgment, and the threads were tightening. With each passing moment, the tension thickened. The boils continued to spread, fueling the chaos that enveloped the land. It was a darkness unlike any other, threatening to consume all that the Egyptians held dear. Their gods had fallen silent, and in the absence of divine intervention, only one question remained: what would come next? The air crackled with anticipation, and the shadows grew deeper, lingering on the edge of a new reality, waiting to reveal what horrors were yet to come. The sky darkened ominously, roiling clouds swirling with a violent intensity over the land of Egypt. It was an unsettling sight, one that sent shivers down the spines of all who dared to look up. The air felt heavy with an unspoken dread, as if the earth itself sensed the wrath brewing above. Farmers paused in their fields, eyes wide with fear and uncertainty, their hearts racing as they clutched their tools, anticipating the storm that would change everything. As the first crack of thunder boomed like a war drum, the ground trembled beneath their feet. It was not just any storm. It was heralding a fury unseen, a tempest that would bring both devastation and revelation. For weeks, the land had suffered under the grip of plagues, each more horrifying than the last. The Nile, once a giver of life, had turned into a harbinger of death, teeming with blood. Frogs had leaped from the waters, invading homes and choking the very air. Now, the people braced themselves for what was to come, whispers of a vengeful god stirring in their hearts. The clouds grew darker, swirling with a malicious intent, and the first hailstone struck the ground with a sound that shattered the silence like a gunshot. It was not just rain that fell, but ice, fierce and unyielding. Each stone, as large as a fist, crashed down, smashing crops and shattering the hopes of those who had worked tirelessly to feed their families. The sound was terrifying, a barrage of nature's fury, relentless and unforgiving. In the palatial chambers of Pharaoh's palace, Ramesses II, a ruler seen as a living god, felt the tremors of fear ripple through his empire. His heart raced with an unusual mix of anger and dread, for he had always prided himself on maintaining control, on being the master of his destiny. Yet here he was, a king rendered powerless before the will of nature. He had defied the warnings, scoffed at the notion that he should heed the voice of the Hebrew prophet Moses. Now, as he watched the storm through the ornate windows, he could feel his grip slipping away. "Do you see this madness?" he bellowed, turning to his advisors, his voice a mix of fury and desperation. "This is no mere storm. This is a challenge to my authority." The men around him shifted uneasily, glancing at one another, their faces pale. They could feel the wrath of the gods in the sky, and the growing fear in their hearts mirrored that of the common people. Outside in the fields, farmers ran for shelter, cradling their loved ones as they fought against the onslaught. The hailstones fell like a rain of swords, slicing through the air with a chilling whistle. Every impact against the ground was a reminder of their vulnerability, of how fragile their existence was in the face of a vengeful deity. The cries of children echoed as mothers desperately shielded them, praying for mercy, pleading for an end to the chaos. As the storm raged on, a dark realization settled over the land. This tempest was not just a natural disaster, but a divine judgment. It was as if the heavens were speaking, declaring the sins of a nation, the stubbornness of a king. With each fearsome strike of ice, the anger of the gods seemed to pour down, drenching the land in despair. In the heart of the palace, Ramesses wrestled with a growing turmoil. He could feel the weight of his choices pressing down on him, and with each clap of thunder, he felt the walls of his power begin to crumble. He had dismissed Moses as a mere nuisance, an irritant to be brushed aside. Yet now, the truth of his words echoed in his mind, growing louder amidst the cacophony of the storm. Was this the price of his arrogance? Was this storm the harbinger of something greater, something he could not escape? The hail continued its relentless assault, a storm fueled by fury and vengeance. It was not just an act of nature. No, it was a fierce reminder of the price of defiance. Ramesses could envision the people outside, terrified and desperate, their faith in their king waning with every icy impact. He could feel the very foundation of his rule shaking beneath him, and the thought sent a cold shiver down his spine. "Bring me Moses," he commanded, desperation clawing at his throat. But even as the words escaped his lips, doubt filled his heart. What could he possibly say? What could he offer in the face of such power? The thought of kneeling before the prophet, of acknowledging his failures, filled him with a rage that was almost paralyzing. Yet, the storm raged on, drowning out all rational thought, echoing the chaos within him. Outside, the world was a battlefield of ice and despair. The air was thick with fear, and every heart beat with a silent prayer for an end to the torment. In that moment, a shift began to stir in the souls of the people. As they faced nature's wrath together, something ignited within them, a fierce sense of unity. They were not just subjects of a mighty pharaoh. They were individuals, bound by their shared suffering and their shared hopes. As the storm continued, the voice of the people rose against the thunder, a chorus of resilience. They could not control the hail, nor could they sway the will of the gods, but they could stand together. As the icy barrage fell, mixed with their tears, they began to remember their history, their ancestors who had once walked these lands free. They held on to the hope that maybe, just maybe, there was a light at the end of this dark tunnel. In the palace, Ramesses felt the shift, a ripple of something powerful echoing through the walls. Could it be that the very people he ruled were awakening to their strength? A flicker of fear ignited within him, battling against his pride. The storm was not just a storm. It was a reckoning, and he could feel it bearing down on him, relentless and unforgiving. As hail continued to crash down, the scene outside became a portrait of fear mingled with defiance. The people stood together, arms raised against the ice, their voices rising higher than the thunder. They were declaring their existence, refusing to be silenced. Somewhere, beyond the chaos, the heart of a nation began to beat anew. In that moment, as the storm raged on, the future hung in the balance, both for Pharaoh Ramesses and for a people awakening to their power. The winds howled, the hail fell, and the echoes of a powerful reckoning filled the air with a promise of change. The sky darkened as if a storm were brewing, but this was no ordinary tempest. A chilling whirring rose from the horizon, a sound that seemed to swallow the very air. Farmers in the fields stopped their toil, eyes wide with a mix of dread and disbelief. What was happening? A thick, swirling cloud approached, blotting out the sun, casting a shroud over the land. It was a plague of locusts. These insatiable insects, each no larger than a thumb, flew together in millions, a massive army marching steadily through the sky. Their bodies shimmered in the sparse sunlight, a grotesque display of nature's fury. As they descended, time itself seemed to hold its breath. The scent of fear hung heavy in the air, mingling with the sweet aroma of ripening crops that would soon be reduced to mere memories. In the homes scattered across the fields, children clung to their mothers, sensing the unrest. The elderly sat in silence, eyes glazed over, remembering tales passed down through generations. Their voices trembled as they recalled the stories of locusts that had decimated their ancestors' lands, turning lush fields into barren wastelands. Faces turned towards the sky, hands clasped together in prayer, hoping for a miracle, a reprieve from the gathering storm. The first waves hit. It was as if the heavens had opened, unleashing a torrent of green and brown. Locusts swarmed everything in sight, devouring every leaf, every stalk, every hope. Fields that had once danced with golden wheat now lay bare, stripped of their life. The sound was deafening, a relentless crunching, a cacophony of destruction that echoed through the valleys and hills. It was a sound that echoed the deep, gnawing fear in every heart, a grim reminder of vulnerability in the face of nature's wrath. In a small village at the edge of the fields, a young girl named Miriam stood frozen in place, her eyes wide, brimming with tears that sparkled like the last rays of sunlight. She clutched a single vibrant ear of corn, a symbol of the harvest she had nurtured with her own hands. Her father, a sturdy man with calloused hands and a heart full of hope, stood beside her, his shoulders slumped under the weight of despair. He had promised her that this year would be different. They had worked tirelessly, planted seeds full of promise. Now, with the locusts descending, their dreams crumbled before them. "Stay close, Miriam," he whispered, trying to shield her from the chaos. But she could feel the panic rising, thick as smoke, wrapping around her heart. She watched as neighbors rushed to their fields, waving their arms wildly, trying to shoo away the relentless invaders. But it was futile. The locusts, driven by an insatiable hunger, moved as one unstoppable force, devouring everything in their path. As night fell, a darkness deeper than the absence of light enveloped the land. Villagers gathered, sharing hushed conversations about the calamity befalling them. The air was thick with despair and uncertainty. What would they eat? How would they survive? The future loomed over them like a dark cloud, heavy with the weight of unfulfilled promises and lost hope. In the midst of the turmoil, an old man named Eli, who had witnessed plagues before, stood up. His voice trembled, but his resolve was unyielding. "This is not the end. We must come together," he urged, his words igniting a flicker of determination in the hearts of the weary. They would fight back, they would protect what little remained. Old and young, they rallied together, forming a line, standing shoulder to shoulder, ready to defend their land. The next day dawned with an eerie quietude. The locusts, having feasted through the night, began to retreat, leaving destruction in their wake. The villagers wandered through their fields in disbelief, faces pale with shock as they surveyed the damage. The lush greenery that had once defined their home was now a horizon of desolation. Miriam knelt in the dirt, her fingers running through the remnants of what was once a thriving crop. Tears fell freely now, each drop a silent testament to their loss. Around her, neighbors murmured, their spirits crushed, but inside Miriam's heart, a flicker of strength began to grow. She remembered her father's words, "We are not defeated until we give up." In the days that followed, the villagers worked tirelessly to rebuild. They salvaged what they could, planting new seeds in the hope of a second chance. The nights were long and filled with worry, but they found solace in each other's company, sharing stories, laughter, and a sense of unity that had been forged in the fires of adversity. As the new seedlings broke through the soil, a cautious optimism filled the air. The lessons learned from the locusts, the pain of loss, and the strength of community became the roots that would sustain them through the seasons ahead. But just as hope began to blossom, whispers of a darker presence loomed in distant lands. Rumors spread like wildfire, tales of plagues that were even more terrifying than locusts, creatures more relentless and hungry than anything they had faced before. They could feel the fear creeping back into their hearts, a shadow lying in wait, patient and hungry. Miriam, bearing the weight of her family's dreams, looked to the horizon and felt the tension in the air, a palpable reminder that the fight was far from over. The world was shifting, and they would need all their strength to face whatever came next. With a heart full of determination, she took a deep breath, ready to stand guard over her land, knowing that the battle had just begun. The sun vanished without a trace, swallowed whole by an unnatural darkness that blanketed the land. It was an eerie stillness, one that gripped the hearts of the people and set their minds racing with dread. For 3 long days, Egypt lay cloaked in a night deeper than any they had ever known. The air felt thick, heavy with the weight of uncertainty, as fear seeped into every corner of the lives they had known. Mothers held their children close, whispering prayers while the wind howled like a wounded beast, echoing their worries. "What is happening?" a father murmured, his voice trembling. The streets, usually bustling with life, were silent, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of leaves, as if the world itself had paused, waiting for something dreadful to pass. In the homes, candles flickered, their flames barely illuminating the faces of those gathered. Eyes wide with terror, they shared stories of the past. "Remember the light? The sun that warmed our skin?" One elderly woman lamented, her voice cracking. "It feels as if the gods have abandoned us." Despair crept into their hearts, a slow poison that whispered lies of hopelessness and doom. But even in darkness, some dared to peer into the void. Young Miriam, a brave-hearted girl of no more than 12, refused to cower. She felt the weight of her people's fear pressing against her chest and decided she would not be a prisoner of the night. "We must light a fire," she declared, her voice steady, though she felt the tremble in her own hands. "We must make our own light." Around her, others looked uncertain, but her determination sparked a tiny flame of courage within them. Miriam's father, a sculptor of fine statues, stumbled into the room, his face pale as moonlight. "The darkness, it's everywhere," he whispered, almost to himself. "I cannot see the stars, not even a glimmer of hope." The shadows seemed to echo his words, wrapping around them like a cold embrace. Yet, in that moment, Miriam caught a flicker of something, a stubborn spark of resilience that refused to be extinguished. As the hours dragged on, the darkness pressed in harder, as if it were alive. People could feel it, sensing it swirling around them, thick and oppressive. They huddled together, some praying, others weeping softly, while a few shared whispered tales of distant lands, where daylight still reigned. But outside, the world was an abyss, and the air felt electric, charged with a sinister energy that made the skin crawl. Suddenly, a distant cry shattered the silence. It was a keening wail, wild and desperate. Someone had ventured outside, perhaps drawn by madness or fear. "Come back!" a woman shouted, her voice rising in panic. But the darkness swallowed her words, leaving only an echo of dread. The villagers clutched one another, hearts pounding, as they realized not just the absence of light, but also the absence of safety. The 3 days felt like an eternity. In their minds, shadows twisted into monstrous shapes. Memories of the sun turned into ghostly phantoms. Many recalled the tales of their ancestors, stories of plagues and curses, of gods angry and vengeful. Was this punishment for their defiance? Was it a warning that they had ignored too long? As the nights pressed on, the darkness began to gnaw at their sanity. Some wept openly, while others fell into a deep, brooding silence. A man stood in a corner, staring into the void, his mind racing. "What if this is our end?" he whispered to himself, trembling as he imagined the horrors of a world without dawn. A shiver ran through the gathering, igniting a collective sense of dread. Yet, in the midst of despair, a flicker of hope remained. Across the room, Miriam took a deep breath, the resolve in her heart igniting stronger than before. "We can't just wait for the sun," she proclaimed, her voice rising above the murmurs. "If we keep our spirits bright, we can fight this darkness." There was a moment of silence, the kind that holds a breath. Then, one by one, they began to stir. A young boy found a worn-out piece of wood and struck a flint, a spark catching. The flame burst forth, illuminating the room and reflecting the glimmers of hope in their eyes. Soon, others joined in, gathering scraps from the house, feeding the fire. But outside, the night continued to stretch on, twisting the world into something unrecognizable. The cries of despair echoed, mingling with the sounds of the raging wind. It was as if the darkness were alive, hungry, feeding on their fear and doubt. Miriam's heart raced as she felt that same sinister energy pulse around them, taunting their flickering flame. As they huddled together, the warmth of their fire grew, yet the shadows clawed at the edges of their sanctuary, threatening to snuff out their hope. The darkness seemed to pulse, throb, as if it were mocking their efforts. With every flicker of their flame, the menacing blackness loomed closer, wrapping its tendrils around the very fabric of their souls. Then came the whispers, soft at first like a breeze, but soon growing into a cacophony of voices. "You cannot escape," they seemed to say, echoing their deepest fears. "You are lost in the void." The villagers clutched their heads, trying to block out the terrifying messages that threatened to drown them. Miriam stood, heart pounding, eyes locked on the doorway. "We must face it," she urged. "We cannot let it win." The others looked to her, their faces a mixture of fear and admiration. She felt the weight of their hope resting on her shoulders, the tiny flame of their defiance fueling her will. The fire crackled louder, snapping at the silence as darkness seemed to hover just beyond their reach. They would not yield. They would stand together. But as the whispers grew louder, drowning out their shared resolve, the villagers felt the tension rise, the very fabric of their unity threatened by the encroaching void. Outside, the shadows shifted restlessly, waiting, watching. The darkness was patient, lingering just beyond their fragile light, and it knew that the 3-day night had only just begun. The moon hung high in a star-speckled sky, casting a silvery light over the land of Egypt. In the air, a tension simmered, thick and heavy like the impending storm. Families huddled in their homes, whispers of fear and hope shared in the flickering shadows. Tonight was no ordinary night. Tonight was the night that would change everything. In one humble dwelling, a mother carefully prepared the meal, her hands trembling slightly as she laid the roasted lamb on the table. With each slice, her heart raced, for she knew the weight of the moment. Each drop of blood that pooled on the wooden floor spoke of sacrifice and survival. In another home nearby, a father gathered his children close, their eyes wide with curiosity and fear. He shared the ancient story of their people, reminding them of the promises made long ago, the promise of deliverance from bondage. Outside, the streets were quiet, save for the occasional rustle of wind through the palm trees. The air was thick with anticipation, each heartbeat echoing the fear of what was to come. The night seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the first sign of what lay ahead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an eerie stillness enveloped the land, almost as if the world itself were aware of the monumental events that were about to unfold. In the shadows, a figure moved with purpose, Moses, the reluctant leader, burdened with the weight of his people's fate. His heart pounded with every step he took toward Pharaoh's palace, the place where countless pleas had gone unanswered. Tonight, he would deliver a final warning, one that would shake the very foundations of Egypt. The tension in the air was palpable, a mix of fear and defiance, a reminder of the chains that had bound his people for generations. "Let my people go," he had demanded before, but this time the stakes were higher. This time, the message was veiled in an ominous prophecy, a promise of judgment that would echo throughout history. As he approached the palace, he felt a shiver run down his spine, a premonition of the darkness that loomed ahead. Back in the homes of the Hebrews, the ritual of preparation was underway. The bitter herbs were ready, a symbol of the bitterness of slavery. The unleavened bread was baked, a reminder of their haste, of the urgency to escape. But it was the lamb that held the most significance. Each family was instructed to choose a flawless animal, its blood to be smeared on their doorposts. This act, both simple and profound, would mark them as the chosen, the spared. As the sun set completely, the first echoes of the night began to stir. A hush fell over the city as the clock ticked closer to midnight. Fear wrapped its icy fingers around the hearts of many, especially those who had turned away from the words of Moses. They felt the weight of their decisions pressing down on them, a choice between defiance and obedience, between despair and hope. In the distance, a rumble could be heard, a warning of what was to come. The atmosphere crackled with energy, an unsettling mix of dread and anticipation. The clock struck midnight, and in that moment, the air grew thick with the cries of the innocent, the desperate pleas of the people who had for so long lived beneath the heavy hand of oppression. "Strike the firstborn." The command hung in the air like a specter, echoing across the land. The judgment was swift and unyielding. In the homes of the Egyptians, panic erupted like a flame. The wails of mothers filled the night, a heartbreaking symphony of loss that reverberated through the streets. Scenes of chaos unfolded as families rushed to each other, searching for their loved ones, their cries mingling with the dark shadows of despair. But in the homes of the Hebrews, a different sound echoed relief. They gathered together, huddled in their doorways, hearts racing but filled with a sense of divine protection. The blood on their doorposts shimmered in the moonlight, a sign of their faith and their willingness to obey. As the shadows danced around them, they held their breath, praying that they would be passed over, that the promise of safety would hold true. Moses stood outside, a figure of calm amidst the chaos, his heart heavy yet hopeful. He sensed the divide, the sharp line between despair and salvation. The cries of the Egyptians became more desperate, and yet, in that very moment, something extraordinary unfolded. A profound understanding washed over him, a realization that this night was not just about judgment, but about freedom. The freedom for his people, the birth of a new identity, a new beginning. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, the cries faded into the distance. Darkness had been vanquished, but it would leave its mark. The lambs that had been sacrificed would be remembered. The blood that had offered protection would become a symbol etched in the memory of generations to come. They would speak of this night, the night of deliverance and judgment, a defining moment that would shape the course of their history. And as the sun rose over the land, illuminating the path ahead, the people of Israel could feel the weight of their chains lift. They were no longer slaves. They were free. But with freedom came responsibility, a call to remember, to live each day as a testament to the miracle they had witnessed. The promise of a new journey lay ahead, and while the echoes of judgment would fade, the memory of deliverance would last forever. In the echoes of history, the night of Passover stood not just as a tale of sorrow and loss, but as a beacon of hope, a testament to faith, and a reminder that even in the darkest of times, deliverance awaited those who dared to believe. The story was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a new chapter, one that would weave itself through time, leaving behind a legacy of courage, love, and divine intervention. The air was thick with tension, a palpable energy that crackled as the people of Israel stood at the edge of their old lives, ready to plunge into the unknown. The sun hovered low, casting long shadows over the bustling streets of ancient Egypt, a land that had been both cradle and prison. For generations, they had labored under the weight of oppression, their backs bent low while their hearts yearned for freedom. Now, with their feet planted firmly on the earth and hope igniting their spirit, they were poised to leave it all behind. Moses stood at the forefront, his presence both commanding and reassuring. The whispers of doubt danced through the crowd, but his voice, steeped in faith and urgency, pierced the air. The Lord has heard our cries and is leading us to a land of promise, a place flowing with milk and honey. His words hung heavy with conviction, igniting a flicker of hope that swelled into a blaze of determination. The people exchanged glances, their fear mingling with anticipation. Could it be true? Could they really be free? As they gathered their meager belongings, the memories of their suffering clung to them like the dust of the land they were leaving. Each item packed was a testament to their struggles. Frayed blankets, worn tools, and fragile keepsakes that whispered tales of better days erased by hardship. Yet, within the folds of that dusty fabric lay the promise of a brighter future. They stepped away from the familiar, each footfall echoing with the weight of generations before them, longing for liberation. The night before their departure, a heavy silence blanketed the land, broken only by the distant howling of the wind. Families huddled together, sharing stories of hope and dreams for what lay ahead. Mothers whispered soothing words to their children, trying to ease the fear of the unknown. "We will be free," one mother said, her voice a soft balm against the chill of uncertainty. "We will find our home." The children clung to her, wide-eyed and innocent. Their imaginations spun wild with visions of green fields and clear waters. But even as they clung to hope, shadows loomed large. The bitter remnants of their time in bondage lay heavy on their shoulders. The memory of the taskmaster's cruel laughter echoed in their minds. The night air seemed to tremble with the weight of what they were leaving behind. Moses, too, felt the gravity of the moment. He had stood toe-to-toe with Pharaoh, pleading for the release of his people, and every refusal had chipped away at his resolve. Now, with the promise of liberation resting on his shoulders, he was a beacon of tenacity, yet even he felt the tremors of doubt. As dawn broke, the horizon blazed with fiery colors, a fitting backdrop for their momentous journey. The first rays of sunlight danced along the faces of the Israelites, illuminating their determination and fear. One by one, they began to move, a mass of humanity with hearts beating as one. The streets of Egypt, once filled with the sound of chains, now echoed with the footsteps of those determined to embrace their destiny. As they left the city behind, the weight of their chains seemed to dissolve, replaced by an exhilarating sense of possibility. Yet, the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty. The Red Sea loomed in the distance, an imposing barrier between them and their dreams. Would they find a way across? A sense of urgency hung in the air, thick enough to taste, as they approached the shore. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet, a reminder that their freedom would not come without trials. The thundering chariots of the Egyptian army could be heard in the distance, a cruel reminder of their past. Panic surged through the crowd, a wave of fear threatening to sweep them back into the clutches of their captors. "What have we done?" one man cried, his voice laced with desperation. "We are trapped." Moses raised his hands, his voice ringing out over the chaos. "Fear not, the Lord will fight for you." In that moment, he was more than a leader. He was a bridge between despair and hope, a flame in the darkness. The Israelites, trembling but resolute, turned their eyes toward the sea, and in that moment, a miracle began to unfold. The waters churned and roiled, pulling back to reveal a path, dry and inviting, stretching endlessly before them. Gasps escaped their lips as they beheld the parted waters, towering walls of liquid rising like sentinels on either side. With trembling hearts, they stepped forward, each footfall a declaration of their defiance against bondage. The ground felt foreign beneath their feet, yet every step was a step toward freedom. Children giggled nervously, their small hands clutching their parents, while the elders moved with a solemn grace, their faces lit with the flicker of hope. But the sound of the approaching army grew louder, a thunderous reminder that the past was not far behind. As the Israelites pressed forward, the urgency of the moment intensified. The tide of history surged around them, a chaotic symphony of fear and hope intertwining. The chariots thundered, the shouts of their pursuers echoing like a dark cloud over the miracle that was unfolding. With each passing second, the chariots drew nearer. The last remnants of their old lives hung in the air like echoes, urging them to run faster. "Hurry! We must cross!" cried a woman, her voice trembling with urgency. The ground beneath their feet felt like a lifeline, a fragile bridge between yesterday's chains and tomorrow's freedom. As the last of the Israelites sprinted onto the dry land, Moses turned, his heart pounding. The waters began to close behind them, a final farewell to a life of bondage. They were stepping into the unknown, and as the waves crashed behind them, they felt the weight of history shift. There was no turning back. The path ahead was uncharted, but it was theirs to claim. And with every stride they took, they left behind the shackles of their past, stepping boldly into a future that shimmered with promise, a future only the brave could embrace. The sky was a bruised orange, the sun sinking lower, casting long shadows on the ground where desperate feet pounded the dusty earth. Panic hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. Behind them, the thunderous roar of chariots drew ever closer, the Egyptians relentless in their pursuit. The Israelites, weary and frightened, looked ahead to an expanse of water that glistened ominously in the fading light. The Red Sea, a vast barrier between freedom and slavery. Moses stood at the forefront, his heart racing. He was not just a leader. He was a shepherd, a father, a man burdened with the weight of his people's hopes and fears. The cries of mothers clutching their children, the wails of the elderly who had seen too much suffering, all this swirled around him like a tempest. He raised his staff, a simple piece of wood that had become a symbol of hope. "Do not be afraid," he called out, his voice echoing across the anxious crowd. "Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today." But as the hooves of the chariots thundered closer, doubt whispered in the hearts of many. Could this man, chosen by God, really part the waters? Could the impossible truly be made real? The sea loomed large, a seemingly insurmountable obstacle, and for a moment, despair threatened to swallow them whole. Moses closed his eyes, drawing strength from the faith that had guided him through countless trials. He could feel the breath of the divine upon him, a warm wind that urged him forward. He stretched out his hand over the tumultuous waters, and as he did, a silence fell over the crowd. Even the horses sensed the shift, their whinnies fading into an eerie calm. Then it happened. A sound like a great wind swept through the air, and the waters began to churn and froth. Gasps erupted as the sea, once a serene blue, rose up on either side, creating towering walls of water. The ground beneath their feet transformed, the sand becoming a dry path through the heart of the sea. All at once, fear turned to awe. A miracle had unfurled before their very eyes. "By his might, we are saved," a voice cried out, and soon, the air was filled with shouts of joy and disbelief. Moses urged the people forward, his heart swelling with a mix of pride and trepidation. Each step onto the dry seabed was a leap of faith. Would the waters hold? Would they truly escape the grasp of their captors? As they plunged into the path between the walls of water, the Israelites moved with urgency, driven by the desperation to reclaim their lives. The sight was breathtaking and terrifying. Fish darted in the water beside them, and the sky above them seemed to tremble with the weight of what was unfolding. Children clutched their parents' hands, eyes wide with wonder mixed with fear. Mothers whispered prayers, while fathers held their heads high, willing themselves to believe that freedom was within reach. Behind them, the sound of chaos grew louder. The Egyptians had reached the edge of the sea, their hearts ablaze with rage and confusion. They could not comprehend what had just happened, but they would not turn back. The chariots rolled forward, the soldiers determined to reclaim their lost slaves, their cries mingling with the thundering of hooves upon the dry ground. "Faster!" someone yelled, and the hurried footsteps became a frantic rush. The realization that the miracle might not last filled their minds with dread. What if the waters crashed down before they reached the other side? Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, a race against time itself. Moses turned back to see the Egyptians chasing them through the sea. His heart pounded fiercely as he raised his staff once more. "Lord, protect us!" he cried out, his voice cracking under the weight of his plea. And then, as if answering his call, the winds shifted again, roaring through the air with a power that sent waves crashing against the walls. The waters began to tremble as if coming alive. The Israelites quickened their pace, dread and hope intertwined with every step. With each stride, they could feel the ground beneath them trembling as the very fabric of nature seemed to pulse in sync with their racing hearts. Glistening droplets of water sprayed around them, a curtain of shimmering danger, yet also a testament to the miracle unfolding. And then they saw it, the far shore. A glimpse of freedom glowed ahead, a promise of a new dawn waiting at the end of their perilous crossing. Encouragement surged through the crowd, pushing them onward. "We're almost there. Keep moving," shouted a voice, a spark igniting their determination. But just behind them, the Egyptians pressed on, fueled by fury and desperation, their chariots barreling down the path that had opened as if to mock their pursuit. The charioteers shouted commands, their faces twisted with rage, blind to the divine presence that shielded the fleeing Israelites. And then, suddenly, the winds howled with a ferocity that shook the very air. The walls of water, once a miraculous barrier, began to quake ominously. Moses could feel the tremor in his bones, a warning of what was to come. Panic rippled through the Israelites as they realized the danger that loomed just behind them. "Run! The waters are coming!" The command cut through the air like a knife, and fear propelled the Israelites forward in a desperate sprint. The pounding of their feet matched the thunder of nature's fury, and with every moment, they could sense the presence of the divine, urging them on. The water surged and roared, a wall of chaos ready to unleash its fury upon the enemies of the chosen people. Just as the last of the Israelites stepped onto the safety of the shore, Moses turned one last time to face the rising tide. With a final cry to the heavens, he raised his staff, a symbol of defiance against all odds. The waters crashed down, swallowing the chariots and horsemen with a finality that echoed across the landscape. The cries of the Egyptian soldiers melded into a cacophony of terror, swallowed by the raging sea. And just like that, the miracle of deliverance was complete, leaving behind nothing but the silence of the sea, now calm once more, as if it had never roared at all. Exhausted, the Israelites turned to one another, tears of relief and wonder streaming down their faces. They were free. The miracle workers' faith had led them through the impossible. And now, as they stood on the edge of a new beginning, they felt the weight of history shift beneath their feet. Hope was alive, pulsing in their veins, beckoning them toward a future yet to unfold. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow across the vast, open land. A perfect backdrop for the most extraordinary moment that had ever unfolded for those weary souls. A chorus of voices began to rise, trembling with emotion, as they gathered by the shores of a sea that had just moments before become a passageway to freedom. Families huddled close, faces streaked with the dust of their journey, eyes filled with tears that sparkled like stars in the fading light. In this moment of triumph, the air was electric with a blend of relief, joy, and the unmistakable echo of a long-awaited victory. Moses stood at the forefront, his presence commanding yet humble. The weight of a nation rested upon his shoulders, but in this moment, he felt a surge of strength, a fire ignited within him. He raised his hands, and the crowd fell silent, eager to hear the words that would pour forth from his heart. This wasn't just any song. It was a celebration, a proclamation of deliverance that would resonate through the ages. As he began to sing, his voice broke the stillness, a powerful melody woven with the threads of hardship and hope. "Sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. The horse and its rider he has hurled into the sea." The words rang out, reverberating across the water, each note infused with the essence of their journey from shackles to salvation. The people listened with rapt attention, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the cadence of his song, as memories of oppression flashed before their eyes. The relentless whip of the taskmaster, the cries of despair hanging heavy in the air of Egypt. The sea, now a distant memory of their fear, became a symbol of their triumph. It had parted to let them escape, and now it lay still, a reminder of the power that had fought for them. Mothers clutched their children, fathers stood tall, and old men, once weary with age, found strength anew in the collective spirit of their people. With every verse Moses sang, they felt the chains of the past shatter, each syllable striking a note of freedom in their chests. As the song flowed like a river, the people joined in, their voices rising in a crescendo of praise and gratitude. Each note sang of their anguish, their struggles, and ultimately, their liberation. The sound was raw and primal, a celebration of life reborn. It was a sound that seemed to awaken the very stones beneath their feet, the earth itself rejoicing with them. Miriam, sister to Moses, stepped forward, her hands clasped tightly. She too had felt the weight of their journey. With a tambourine in hand, she began to dance, her movements a reflection of the joy that surged through her veins. The women around her followed suit, their laughter ringing like chimes in the air, a melody of resilience that echoed the strength of their ancestors. The men joined in, clapping hands and stamping feet, creating an unbreakable bond of solidarity that wrapped around them like a warm embrace. Amidst the laughter and dancing, shadows flickered at the edges of their celebration. The memory of the Egyptians who had pursued them loomed, a reminder of the struggle that had brought them to this moment. But in their hearts, they chose to honor the past without letting it define them. With every note sung and every step danced, they redefined their story, carving out a future that was theirs to command. The waves lapped gently at the shore, a soothing contrast to the fiery spirit of the people. The sun sank lower, casting long shadows that danced alongside them, a visual symphony of light and dark. The air thickened with emotion, a palpable mixture of joy and remembrance. As Moses raised his arms high, he felt the weight of their history pressing upon him. Yet it also fueled his resolve. He sang of the victories yet to come, of the land flowing with milk and honey, where their children would thrive and tell the stories of their ancestors. As the last notes of the song faded into the twilight, the people stood together, united as one. In that moment, they weren't just a group of former slaves. They were a nation reborn, a tapestry of dreams and hopes woven together by faith. They were free, and the fire of liberation burned brightly in their hearts. Yet, with freedom came uncertainty. The path ahead was uncharted and filled with challenges. But the collective spirit of the people thrummed with an energy that promised resilience. They looked to Moses, their leader, their guide through the storms that lay ahead. He met their gazes, and in that silent connection, unspoken vows were exchanged: courage to face the unknown, faith to trust in the unseen. The shadows deepened, and the air turned crisp as night began its descent. But the warmth of their celebration lingered, wrapping them in a cocoon of hope. They had crossed through the chaos of their past and emerged into the dawn of a new beginning. With hearts still racing from the exhilaration of their song, they turned from the sea that had once been their barrier, stepping toward the wilderness that awaited. The stars began to twinkle in the darkening sky, each one a distant reminder of their dreams, shining down upon them as if to offer guidance. This wasn't merely an end. It was a promise of more to come. As they moved forward into the unknown, the rhythm of their hearts matched the beat of the universe, a continuous song of faith, resilience, and the unwavering belief that they were destined for greatness. And so they walked, feeling the earth beneath their feet, the cool breeze brushing against their skin, a reminder that they were alive, free, and ready to face whatever lay ahead. The echoes of the Song of Moses would linger in the air, fueling their spirit as they ventured forth into the wilderness, a land where the true test of their faith awaited, a journey that had only just begun. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the sandy terrain. A sweltering heat enveloped the camp, where tired faces turned to the horizon, yearning for relief. Any semblance of comfort after days of relentless wandering. Voices murmured with unease, the air thick with tension. Just beyond the camp, the haunting call of a desolate wind whispered through the cracks of a parched earth, carrying with it the promise of what lay ahead. A promise that loomed ominously on the horizon. Moses stood at the edge of the encampment, his heart heavy with the weight of 1,000 burdens. He felt the gaze of the people upon him, their eyes glistening with a mix of hope and despair. They had escaped the chains of slavery in Egypt, yet now found themselves shackled by uncertainty. The wilderness stretched endlessly before them, a vast expanse of challenges waiting to unfold. Then, like a cruel joke, they stumbled upon a well of bitter water at Marah. The name alone conjured images of despair. The taste of the water was as harsh as their struggles. "Water!" a voice cried out, breaking the tense silence. The desperation was palpable as men, women, and children rushed towards the spring, fueled by the hope of quenching their thirst. But as their lips met the surface, their expressions turned from eagerness to horror. The water was undrinkable, bitter, tainted, a mockery of their need. Their cries filled the air, a cacophony of sorrow mingling with the relentless sun that bore down upon them. Moses felt their pain, each cry resonating in his chest. He turned away, seeking solitude in the shadow of a nearby rock. Could he lead them through this torment? They had witnessed miracles, the parting of the Red Sea still fresh in their minds. Yet here they were, faced with a bitter truth that seemed insurmountable. Doubts clawed at his heart, demanding to know if he was truly the right man for this mission. The people began to murmur, their faith wavering like the flicker of a candle in the wind. "What shall we drink?" they chanted, their voices rising in a haunting echo. The bitterness of the water became a metaphor for their bitterness of spirit. The once resilient ex-slaves were now reduced to a mob, anxious and unsatisfied. Moses, now feeling the burden of their expectations, turned to the Lord in prayer. He knelt on the hot sand, feeling the grains slip through his fingers like time itself, each moment pregnant with fear and uncertainty. In that stillness, he sought guidance, his heart heavy with the weight of those he led. And then, as if the heavens had opened just for him, divine words flowed into his mind, a solution to the agonizing dilemma. "Throw a tree into the waters," the voice instructed. It was simple yet profound. With renewed purpose, Moses gathered the people around him, their eyes wide with curiosity and skepticism. "Come, watch," he urged, his voice steady despite the chaos within. He led them back to the bitter waters, the acrid scent still lingering in the air. He grasped the tree, the branches swaying gently, as if they understood the gravity of the moment. With a firm resolve, he cast the tree into the water. Silence fell like a shroud as everyone held their breath, a collective heartbeat echoing in the stillness. Then, as if a miracle had unfurled, the waters began to ripple. The bitterness slowly dissolved, transforming into something sweet, something life-giving. Gasps filled the air, and the people rushed to the water, hesitant yet hopeful. As they drank, the joy that erupted was palpable, a vibrant tide that swept through the camp. Laughter broke the tension, and tears of relief streamed down faces once etched with despair. The sweetness of the water mirrored the sweetness of salvation, as the once bitter experience became a testament to faith and perseverance. Moses watched, a swell of pride and gratitude filling him. He had been an instrument of change, a vessel for something greater than himself. But even amidst the jubilation, a shadow loomed. An unspoken question lingered in the air. Would this miracle be enough to sustain their faith? Could they remain steadfast when faced with the next trial? The wilderness was fraught with uncertainty, and Moses felt the pulse of anxiety thrumming through the hearts of those around him. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, the people gathered around Moses, their voices rising in songs of praise. Yet, as night descended, a different kind of fear settled in. The The darkness was thick, heavy with unknown dangers lurking just beyond the flickering flames. Each crackle of burning would felt like a reminder of their vulnerability. Would they face starvation next? Would their newfound faith hold under the pressure of the wilderness? The questions hung in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. In this wilderness, the trials were far from over. The day might have ended with the sweetness of water, but the next morning would bring new challenges. And as the stars twinkled overhead, a reminder of hope in a vast expanse, the people found themselves teetering on the edge of faith and despair. Would they rise once more, or would they succumb to fear? Moses lay awake, listening to the soft murmurs around him, the rhythm of breaths, and the distant sounds of the night. The weight of the world felt heavier than ever on his shoulders, and he understood the battles ahead would require more than miracles. The wilderness had a way of testing even the strongest, and he could feel the trials ready to unfold, waiting to shake the very foundation of his leadership and the faith of a people seeking a promised land. And then, with the first light of dawn creeping over the horizon, he knew they would face whatever came next together. A people united in their struggles, ready to confront the bitter waters that life would throw their way once more. A hush fell over the camp as twilight descended, wrapping the weary travelers in a blanket of soft shadows. The air was thick with uncertainty, their hearts heavy with hunger and yearning. For days, perhaps weeks, they had wandered the barren wilderness, their eyes scanning the empty horizon, searching for hope. Each morning began with the same disheartening ritual, gazing at the endless stretch of sand and stone, stomachs growling louder than the wind. Yet on this night, something was different. An electric tension crackled in the air, a feeling that something extraordinary was about to unfold. The people gathered around the flickering flames, their faces illuminated by the soft glow, casting flickering shadows that danced like spirits against the surrounding rocks. Whispers flowed through the crowd, mingling with the sound of crackling wood, filled with both fear and anticipation. Could it be? One voice murmured, rising above the others. Could salvation finally be at hand? As the stars blinked into existence, a hush washed over the camp. The moon, full and luminous, cast a silver sheen over the landscape, transforming the desolation into a mystical realm. With every passing moment, hope swelled in their chests, a feeling that wormed its way through the cracks of despair. They had endured hardship, fatigue gnawing at their bones, but in the depths of their souls, they clung to the promise of deliverance. Then came the moment that would forever change their lives. A gentle breeze swept through, whispering secrets of the divine, and as the first rays of dawn broke the horizon, something miraculous unfolded. The ground shimmered as if sprinkled with stardust, each glimmer an echo of celestial grace. Confusion mingled with awe as the people rushed forward, their hearts pounding with disbelief. Before them lay an extraordinary sight. Tiny flakes, delicate and white, blanketing the earth like fresh snow. "What is it?" they gasped, eyes wide with wonder. "It is manna," an elder declared, voice trembling with reverence. "The bread of heaven." The word hung in the air, heavy with significance. Manna, a gift from God, sent to nourish those he loved. It was not just food. It was a promise, a tangible reminder of his unwavering provision. The people knelt, humbled by the miracle laid before them. Every grain represented a heartbeat of hope, each morsel a testament to the divine love that would see them through the wilderness. Hands trembling, they reached for it, the coolness of the flakes brushing against their palms. Laughter mingled with tears as they tasted the sweet, honey-like flavor, a flavor that filled their mouths with the richness of life itself. In that moment, joy erupted like a fountain, spilling over the edges of their hearts, drowning out the echoes of despair. They were alive, and the promise of sustenance was theirs, a gift woven into the very fabric of their existence. But with this blessing came a challenge, a sacred instruction. Gather only what you need for today. The voice of the Lord echoed in their hearts, a gentle reminder of reliance and trust. For the Israelites were not just being fed, they were being taught to rely on God daily. The temptation to hoard and save for tomorrow tugged at them, a reminder of the scarcity they had known for so long. Yet they chose to obey. As day turned to night, the people of Israel shared stories around the fires, laughter echoing in the cool air. They spoke of dreams, of the promised land that awaited them beyond the horizon. The sweetness of the manna lingered on their tongues, binding them together in a moment of unity and hope. Each shared meal became a testament to their newfound faith, a reminder that, though they journeyed through a barren wilderness, they were never alone. But just as they relished in the joy of their miraculous provision, shadows loomed. Dark clouds hung on the horizon, whispering of trials yet to come. The taste of sweet manna would not erase the hardness of their journey, nor the discontent that sometimes bubbled to the surface. Whispers of doubt began to weave through the camp, the hunger for more rising like a tide. "Is this all there is?" some lamented. "Will we eat this daily, forever?" Frustration bubbled beneath the surface as they longed for the flavors of Egypt, succulent meats, fresh bread, spices that danced on their tongues. Yet, in those moments of weakness, the Lord's presence was a steady flame amidst the gathering storm. He had provided more than just food. He had offered a continuous reminder of his faithfulness. The days turned into weeks, and the miraculous flakes continued to fall each morning, an unwavering testament of divine care. Yet, with each gift came a choice, a lesson in faith that became harder to grasp. Some struggled with the monotony of the manna, their hearts drifting toward darkness as they forgot the struggles of the past. The taste of freedom began to fade, overwhelmed by the desire for the familiar comforts of bondage. But above them, the stars still shone, a steadfast reminder of the Creator's promises. The people, caught between joy and discontent, grappled with their hearts, a reflection of every soul's journey. They were not merely surviving. They were being shaped, molded in the heat of the wilderness, learning that true sustenance came not from food alone, but from the very hand of God. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the camp, the flame before them flickered and danced, a living metaphor of their faith. There, in the flicker of the firelight, the struggle between gratitude and longing continued. And just as the sun would rise again, the cycle of provision and trial would repeat, a rhythm of faith that echoed through time. In the midst of their struggles, the people began to understand the profound truth that each morsel of manna was a reminder of something greater. It was a piece of their journey, a story woven into the very essence of their existence. They were not just travelers in a barren land. They were children of a promise, each day a testament to God's unwavering provision. And as they lifted their eyes toward the horizon, their hearts pulsed with the hope that somewhere, beyond the wilderness, lay the land of promise waiting to be claimed. And so, they gathered as one, faces illuminated with purpose, a community bound together by faith and the sweetness of daily bread. The promise of the manna continued to rise and fall with the sun, a cycle of provision that echoed through their hearts, urging them to press on. The journey was far from over. It had only just begun. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a shimmering haze over the parched landscape. Its last rays danced like flames across the cracked earth, whispering secrets to those who dared to listen. In this desolate expanse, survival became an art, and the quail, small and unassuming, held the key to life in the unforgiving desert. In ancient times, long before the modern world knew the comforts of abundance, desert dwellers understood the value of these birds. They were more than mere creatures. They were a source of sustenance in a land where food was but a fleeting dream. The stories of hunting quail were filled with the thrill of the chase, the tension of the hunt that kept hearts racing and spirits alive. With each pulse of the desert wind, the call of the quail emerged, a haunting melody that would echo for generations. The quail had a peculiar habit, often seen darting through the brush, disappearing into shadows as swiftly as thoughts in a troubled mind. For the indigenous tribes, hunting these small game birds was a rite of passage, a test of skill and patience. Young men would rise at dawn, the chill of the morning air prickling their skin, armed with nothing but slingshots and a fierce determination. Their mothers watched from the warmth of their fires, hearts brimming with hope and fear for their sons as they ventured into the wild. A hunter named Tavo, known for his keen eye and steady hand, was revered among his people. With skin weathered by the sun and eyes that sparkled like the stars he often gazed at, he seemed at one with the desert. On one fateful morning, Tavo set out alone, driven by an urgent need to provide for his family. The land was dry, and the rations had dwindled to nothing. With each step, the crunch of gravel beneath his feet harmonized with the rhythm of his heartbeat, each sound a reminder of the stakes at hand. As he trekked through the thorny brush, the scent of the earth mixed with the lingering smell of sage filled the air. Tavo crouched low, scanning the ground for signs of movement. The sun climbed higher, bathing the world in a relentless heat that threatened to sap his strength. Just as despair began to creep in, a glimpse of movement caught his eye. There, amidst the tangle of grass, a small group of quail fluttered, their feathers a patchwork of browns and blacks, perfect for camouflage. Tension coiled in his chest, a tight band of anticipation. Tavo remembered the stories told around the fire, how quail once filled the skies and how their call was thought to be a message from the spirits. Now they were a lifeline. He steadied his breath, heart racing in sync with the energy of the moment. The world around him faded away. It was just him and the quail, a dance of predator and prey. With the grace of a desert fox, he moved closer, inching through the underbrush, blending into the landscape. The quail, unaware of the danger, pecked at the ground. Silence enveloped him, punctuated only by the distant call of a hawk. Every muscle in Tavo's body was tense, ready to spring into action. As he closed the distance, he could feel the weight of his ancestors upon him, urging him onward. They had walked this land. They had fought for survival, and now it was his turn. In a sudden burst of adrenaline, he launched himself forward, arms outstretched, fingers brushing against the soft feathers of a quail. The ground erupted into chaos. Flapping wings, startled cries, and the rustle of leaves. Tavo's heart raced as one of the birds broke free, darting into the air like a whisper lost to the desert winds. Yet, in a moment of instinct and skill, he caught another, the small creature thrumming with life beneath his hands. As he held the quail close, a sense of triumph washed over him. This precious gift was more than a meal. It was a connection to his culture, to his ancestors who had faced the same trials. The survival of his family rested on his shoulders, and in that moment he felt the weight of generations. Tavo's spirit soared alongside the quail's flight, a reminder of the resilience inherent in all living things. With the sun now hanging heavy in the sky, Tavo made his way back to the village, the quail cradled against his chest. The earth became a canvas of shadows and light, painting a picture of life, death, and the delicate balance that held them together. Each step back was filled with reflections of what it meant to hunt, to provide, and to be part of a cycle that transcended time itself. As he approached the village, he could hear laughter and the crackling of fire, the warmth of home calling him back. Yet he also felt the weight of expectation, the hunger of families waiting for news, for food, for hope. The quail was not merely nourishment. It was the embodiment of resilience, a testament to the bond between man and nature. But as Tavo stepped into the circle of his people, a chill ran through the air, a whispers of change. The desert was shifting, resources dwindling, and the songs of the quail were becoming fewer. The joy of today was mingled with a shadow of worry for tomorrow. Would the desert continue to provide, or were they witnessing the end of an era? The laughter faded as eyes turned toward Tavo. A mix of admiration and concern etched across their faces. He stood tall, holding the quail high, a symbol of victory in the face of uncertainty. Yet, even as his heart swelled with pride, he felt the weight of his people's gaze, a reminder that every triumph came with its own set of challenges. The quail, once a simple bird flitting through the underbrush, now represented everything that was at stake, the very essence of survival in a world that seemed more fragile with every passing day. And as he prepared to share the story of his hunt, a sense of urgency filled the air, a call to action for his people to band together, to protect this legacy that was more than just a meal. It was a lifeline woven into the fabric of their existence. In the flickering shadows of the firelight, Tavo's voice rose, and the stories of the hunt transformed into a rallying cry for resilience, unity, and hope. The quail, a feathered embodiment of the desert spirit, reminded them all that in the face of adversity, they were never alone. As the night deepened, the stars above bore witness to their bond, echoing the cries of quail that still called out into the vastness of the desert, a promise that life would persist, even against the odds. The sun blazed overhead, casting long shadows over the sandy expanse that stretched endlessly before the weary travelers. Thirst hung in the air like a thick mist, palpable and unyielding. Each footstep kicked up clouds of dust as the children of Israel marched forward, their eyes scanning the horizon for the promise of relief. But the desert offered nothing but silence and the relentless sun, mocking their plight with an unyielding glare. It was a time of desperation, a time when faith and doubt danced a perilous waltz within the hearts of men and women alike. Just days before, they had witnessed unimaginable wonders, the parting of the Red Sea, the destruction of their captors. But now, under the oppressive weight of their thirst, memories of the miraculous faded like mirages on the horizon. Whispers filled the air, murmurs of disbelief and despair, threading through the crowd like thick vines. Why has God brought us here? To die of thirst? The words hung heavy, echoing the deepest fears of a people caught between hope and hopelessness. Moses stood at the forefront, his heart a turbulent sea of emotions. He had led them out of Egypt, away from the chains of slavery, but the burden of leadership often felt like a heavy stone pressing against his chest. Each anguished cry from the crowd felt like a dagger, twisting with accusations not spoken but felt. They had trusted him, but now, with parched lips and sunburned skin, it appeared that their faith was fraying. "Is the Lord among us or not?" a voice cried out, breaking the tense silence. It pierced through the air, a cry of anguish and doubt that sent tremors through the hearts of those gathered. Moses glanced at the crowd, seeing the faces of mothers clutching their children, men with hardened features contorted in frustration, and the young, innocent eyes filled with confusion. The gravity of their desperation pressed down like a weight on his soul. In that moment, he turned his gaze upward, seeking a sign, a glimmer of hope amidst the vast azure sky. He remembered the words of the Lord, echoing in his mind like a distant drumbeat. "I will be with you." With every ounce of faith he could muster, he prayed for guidance, for a solution that would quench their thirst and restore their hope. What happened next was both unexpected and extraordinary. The Lord spoke to him, the voice resonating with authority and compassion. "Take your staff and strike the rock at Horeb. Water will flow from it for the people to drink." Moses could hardly comprehend the command. A rock, in the midst of a barren wasteland, seemed so simple, so absurd, that a part of him hesitated. But the urging of the Lord surged within him, and he felt an undeniable push to obey. With a determined heart, he gathered the elders of Israel. "Gather around," he proclaimed, his voice steady despite the storm of uncertainty raging within him. As the crowd closed in, curiosity flickered in their eyes, a momentary distraction from their parched throats. Moses lifted his staff high, feeling the weight of history rest upon him, his connection with the divine intertwining with the cries of his people. And then, with a swift movement, he brought the staff down upon the rock. There was a moment of breathless silence, as if the entire universe held its breath to witness the unfolding miracle. When the staff struck the stone, thunder rumbled in the heavens, and a crack echoed through the air. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and suddenly, with a force that seemed to defy all logic, water burst forth from the rock like a mighty river, cascading into the parched earth. Gasps of disbelief quickly turned into shouts of joy as water flowed freely, pooling at their feet like a celestial gift. Faces that had been shadowed with despair now glimmered with awe. Children laughed and danced, splashing in the cool, refreshing streams that had gushed forth from the lifeless stone. Mothers rushed to fill their jars, their hearts racing with relief. Ancient prophecies seemed to come alive in the roaring waters, and the air vibrated with the sound of renewed faith. Moses stood on the periphery, his heart swelling with gratitude. He had not just struck the rock. He had struck a chord of hope that reverberated through the generations. In that instant, the God who had promised sustenance took center stage, showcasing an unwavering commitment to his people. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the desert, the sight was almost surreal. Water, a symbol of life, flowed freely in a place that had once been a graveyard of dreams. Yet, amidst the celebration, Moses felt a flicker of concern ignite within him. This miraculous moment, while profound, was just a fleeting breath in the vast landscape of their journey. Would they remember this moment when the next trial arose? Would they hold on to the truth that their God was a sustainer, even when the path seemed steep? The laughter and voices of the people swirled around him, a cacophony of joy intertwined with the bittersweet taste of uncertainty. Just as they had rejoiced, they could just as easily falter into doubt again. Like a candle's flame, faith was fragile, requiring careful tending to remain lit. He could almost hear the echoes of the future. Times of plenty and times of want, moments of peace mingled with struggles. And as the last rays of sunlight kissed the horizon, Moses knew that this miracle was not the end but a new beginning. The rock that had given forth life was a divine reminder of God's faithfulness. But the journey was far from over. The desert still lay ahead, with its trials and tribulations, and the people still needed to learn to trust in the unseen. With that weight heavy in his heart, Moses turned back to the jubilant crowd. He knew that the real challenge was not merely to quench their thirst but to nourish their spirits, to instill within them a deep and abiding faith that would carry them through the shadows that lay ahead. The miracle of water from the rock was a gift, yes, but it was also a call to remembrance, a challenge to persevere. As they drank, they would need to remember the one who provided, forging a bond that would sustain them through the wilderness. The night wrapped around them like a comforting embrace, but the path forward glimmered with uncertainty. Would they drink deeply from the well of faith, or would they turn away, seeking hollow promises elsewhere? Each heart would be tested, each spirit called to carry forth the legacy of trust, and Moses stood resolute amidst the swelling tide of humanity, ready to guide them, ready to inspire them to reach for the promises yet to come. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a fiery glow over the rugged terrain where the Israelites had made their camp. Shadows danced among the tents, whispering tales of uncertainty as the wind carried the distant rumble of approaching chaos. And then it came, like a tempest unleashed. The Amalekites charged with a ferocity that sent shivers down the spine of every man, woman, and child. They were a relentless force, a storm of violence born from ages of animosity, their very name synonymous with oppression and fear. Moses stood at the edge of the encampment, heart pounding like a war drum, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where an army, a sea of men, armed and wild, flowed like a dark tide, ready to drown all hope. The Israelites had just escaped the shackles of slavery in Egypt, and now, as they gathered their courage, the specter of annihilation loomed closer. Fear mingled with the scent of dust and sweat in the air, creating a thick atmosphere that weighed down on them all. "Look!" a voice called, breaking through the anxious murmurs. "They come!" The children huddled close, their innocent eyes wide with terror. Mothers shielded them with trembling arms, while fathers clenched their fists, determination battling against despair. The Amalekites were ruthless, known for attacking the weak and vulnerable, and here they were, seeking to crush the fragile spirit of freedom that had just begun to blossom. Moses turned to Joshua, his trusted aide, the fire of leadership igniting within him. "Gather the men. We fight." His voice was a clarion call, resonating with resolve amid the gathering storm. Joshua nodded, the weight of responsibility heavy upon his shoulders. Yet he felt the surge of courage rising within him. As the men assembled, their faces etched with worry and determination, Moses raised his hands, invoking the strength of their ancestors. Memories of hardship and survival flashed in their minds, a collective heritage that bound them together. They had endured the harshness of slavery, the bitterness of loss, and now faced the ultimate test of their newfound freedom. The ground trembled under the feet of the approaching Amalekites, who were emboldened by their numbers and their history of cruelty. They charged forward with wild shouts, their war cries piercing the air, a cacophony of malevolence that stirred the hearts of the Israelites. The moment had come. The clash of steel rang out like thunder as the two forces met. Joshua fought valiantly at the front lines, the sun glinting off his sword. Each swing was not just a blow against an enemy. It was a strike for the very essence of freedom, a battle to protect the dreams of his people. He could feel the weight of their hopes upon him, pushing him forward with an unyielding spirit. Yet the Amalekites were fierce. Their tactics were brutal, targeting the weak and the weary. In the chaos, mothers screamed for their children, and brave soldiers fell under the weight of despair. Moses, witnessing the turmoil, climbed a nearby hill to raise his hands high to the heavens, seeking divine intervention. With every uplifted arm, a flicker of hope ignited among the Israelites below. As his hands rose, they felt a surge of energy coursing through them, a reminder that they were not alone in this fight against oppression. But the moment was fleeting, and fatigue began to creep into their bones. With every downturned hand, the Amalekites gained ground, their laughter mingling with the cries of the wounded. The tide ebbed and flowed, a brutal dance of survival painting a grim picture against the backdrop of a setting sun. Joshua, breath ragged, pushed through the onslaught, his heart beating for those who depended on him. Each moment felt like an eternity, filled with the weight of history, the echoes of generations lost in the struggle against tyranny. Moses' arms trembled as the battle raged on. He knew he could not hold them up indefinitely. Just then, two men, Aaron and Hur, rushed to his side. Without a word, they understood the gravity of the moment. They took hold of Moses' arms, supporting him as he continued to pray, drawing strength from the heavens as their people fought below. The sight of their leader, arms raised in prayer, inspired the Israelites. Their spirits lifted, and they surged forward with newfound ferocity. The Amalekites, sensing the shift in the tide, hesitated, their confidence faltering. The battle was more than just a fight for survival. It was a testament to the strength of unity, of standing together against those who sought to crush their spirit. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the battlefield, the Israelites pressed on. Each clash of weapons was a clash of ideals, a fight for a future free from the chains of oppression. Joshua, now at the forefront, roared with defiance, his sword a beacon of hope as he rallied his fellow warriors. The cries of the wounded echoed in their ears, a haunting reminder of the price of freedom. But the sound of victory began to swell, a chorus of resilience that drowned out the despair. The Amalekites, once a relentless tide, began to retreat, their ferocity waning in the face of unwavering determination. Moses' arms, still supported by Aaron and Hur, felt the weight of the battle lifting. He could see the tide turning, the realization igniting a fire in his heart. The Amalekites, once a symbol of oppression, were beginning to falter. Would they truly prevail? With renewed vigor, the Israelites pushed forward, their hearts beating as one. They were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting for a destiny, for the promise of a brighter tomorrow. As the last rays of sun faded behind the hills, casting the world into twilight, the final clash rang out. Would this be the end of their suffering or simply the beginning of a long and arduous road? The battle was far from over, and as the dust settled, it became clear that the fight against the Amalekites was only a chapter in a much larger saga. The struggle for freedom would continue, echoing through time, a testament to the resilience of those who dare to dream of a world without oppression. The heart of the Israelites beat strong, ready to face whatever lay ahead, united in their quest for hope and liberation. The sun hung low in the sky, casting warm golden hues across the vast desert as Moses stood at the foot of a towering mountain. The air buzzed with anticipation, a blend of excitement and anxiety swirling around him like the dust in the wind. A million thoughts raced through his mind. With each passing moment, the weight of leadership pressed heavier on his shoulders. The people of Israel, weary and restless, looked to him for guidance, their eyes filled with hope and desperation. Among the throngs of Israelites, there was a flicker of doubt, a whisper that echoed through the camp. Can one man truly carry the burden of leading so many? As Moses gazed out over the swelling crowd, he felt the weight of their expectations and fears. They were lost, not just in the wilderness, but in the uncertainty of their future. In that moment, he was alone, a solitary figure against the backdrop of hope and despair. Yet, as night fell, a familiar presence approached. Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, entered the scene, bringing with him a calmness that seemed to blanket the chaos. With wise, knowing eyes that had seen the world and its trials, he approached Moses, who was weary from the weight of constant demands. The warmth of Jethro's presence felt like a salve to Moses' troubled heart. "Moses," Jethro began, his voice steady and soothing, "I see you from dawn till dusk, surrounded by the people. You listen to their complaints, their struggles, their cries for help. But can you not see that you are wearing yourself thin?" His words hung in the air, heavy with truth, yet tender, as if cradling Moses' spirit. Moses felt a twinge of pride rise in him. He had to be there for his people. After all, they had just escaped the bondage of Egypt, their shackles replaced by the weight of uncertainty. But as Jethro continued, a flicker of understanding ignited within him. "You cannot do this alone," Jethro urged. "You must delegate. There are many among you capable and ready to help. Let them share the burden." The notion echoed in Moses' mind, a melody that grew louder. The idea of sharing responsibility was revolutionary, yet terrifying. Would he lose his connection to his people? Would they trust anyone else as they trusted him? But Jethro's wise eyes held an unwavering confidence. "You will not only serve the people by bearing all the weight yourself, you will serve them better by empowering others to join you." Suddenly, a vision surged in Moses' mind. A line of leaders, each standing strong and tall, ready to shoulder the responsibilities. The people would not be abandoned. They would be embraced by a community of leaders, each a beacon of strength and wisdom. The thought filled him with a sense of purpose, igniting a fire within that had almost flickered out. Yet, as he listened to Jethro's counsel, doubt crept in again, gnawing at his resolve. What if they fail? What if I choose poorly? But Jethro, sensing Moses' hesitation, placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him in that moment. "Moses, your role is to guide and inspire. Trust in their potential. See the gifts that lie dormant in each of them, waiting for a chance to shine. By empowering others, you create a tapestry of leadership, each thread woven with care and purpose." As Moses absorbed Jethro's words, a storm of emotions swirled within him. He envisioned the times he had faced challenges alone, feeling isolated despite the multitude around him. But now, the vision of shared responsibility painted a brighter future, filled with collaboration and strength. He felt as if a heavy curtain had been drawn back, revealing a landscape of possibilities. "Choose capable men, wise and understanding," Jethro continued, his voice steady. "Let them judge small matters while you focus on the greater issues. By doing so, you'll have the energy to lead the people in the way they should go, and they will learn from you in the process." Moses felt the tension within him begin to unwind. He remembered the faces of those who had stood by his side during the Exodus, the ones who had shared both laughter and tears. Each one had a story, a dream, a hidden strength just waiting to be acknowledged. The strength of a community entwined with the wisdom of a leader. This was the vision Jethro painted before him. As he stood there, Moses looked deeper into Jethro's eyes, understanding that this was more than just advice. It was a lifeline. The air grew charged, filled with the weight of destiny. A sense of urgency pulsed between them, a whisper of the future that lay ahead. "Your people will thrive, not because of one man, but because of many," Jethro urged, his voice unwavering. "They will feel empowered, and their trust in you will grow as they see you nurturing leaders among them. In that unity lies strength, a strength that will carry you through storms yet unseen." The wind howled softly, swirling around them, and for a moment, Time stood still. Moses felt the flicker of hope ignite into a flame, warming his heart. He could see it now, the people vibrant and strong, lifting one another, forming a tapestry of resilience. With each passing moment, the tapestry grew richer, more vibrant, more alive. Moses felt a swell of determination rise within him as he began to envision the steps he would take to implement Jethro's wisdom. He would gather the elders, hear their voices, and encourage them to rise. The thought sent shivers down his spine, an electricity of promise and transformation. But the path ahead would not be easy. Doubts still loomed large, lurking in the shadows of his mind. Would the elders rise to the occasion? Would the people accept this new structure? In that heartbeat of doubt, he felt Jethro's hand squeeze his shoulder, a silent assurance that echoed louder than any words. The moment hung suspended, charged with emotion, as Moses prepared to step into a brighter future, one marked by shared responsibility, hope, and unyielding strength. With the sun dipping below the horizon, painting the sky with colors of possibility, Moses stood ready to embrace a profound change that would ripple through the very fabric of the community. All at once, the shifting winds whispered of new beginnings and challenges yet to come, as both men understood that this was only the beginning of something monumental. The echoes of leadership awaited them, alive with potential, as the weight of the past faded into the promise of shared tomorrows. The air crackled with anticipation as the Israelites gathered at the foot of Mount Sinai, a colossal and majestic mountain that loomed like a silent guardian over the land. The sun cast a golden hue upon the rocky peaks, while shadows danced ominously below, hinting at the power that lay ahead. The people stood, hearts pounding in their chests, as they looked upward, feeling a mix of fear and wonder. This was not just any mountain. It was a sacred place, a throne of God, where the divine would soon meet humanity. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The rumble of distant thunder echoed through the valley. It was as if the mountain itself was alive, breathing and murmuring secrets from ages past. Fear gripped some, their eyes wide with uncertainty. Others felt a shiver of exhilaration running down their spines, aware that they were on the brink of something monumental. This was the moment they had been waiting for, the binding of a covenant that would define their identity as a people. Moses stood apart from the crowd, a figure of determination amidst the swirling emotions. His heart raced as he recalled the encounter with the burning bush, the voice of God commanding him to lead the Israelites from bondage. Now he was tasked with something far greater, to prepare this ragtag band of former slaves to receive the very words of God. The weight of responsibility hung heavy on his shoulders, yet he felt an electric thrill coursing through him. He was a man caught between the divine and the earthly, standing on the threshold of history. Suddenly, a mighty wind swept through the valley, swirling up dust and sending shivers through the crowd. They gasped, eyes flaring with fear as the ground trembled beneath them. The moment had arrived. Moses climbed the steep path, his heart pounding in rhythm with the thunder, each step echoing with the anticipation of the people below. He paused for a moment, casting a long glance back at the multitude gathered in the shadow of the mountain. Their faces mirrored a blend of hope, doubt, and awe. Would they truly be ready for what was to come? As Moses ascended, the atmosphere shifted. A thick cloud enveloped the mountain, wrapping it in an otherworldly shroud. The sound of trumpets blasted through the air, a call that echoed through the ages. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a herald of the divine presence that was about to descend. The Israelites trembled, their hands clutching one another, eyes turned skyward, entranced by the spectacle unfolding before them. Some whispered prayers, while others fell to their knees, sensing the gravity of the moment. Moses reached the summit, his breath coming in gasps, the air thinner and charged with raw energy. The cloud swirled around him, and through it, he felt a presence so powerful it made his heart race. It was a fire that did not burn, a voice that resonated deep within him. The ground beneath his feet shook violently as God spoke, his voice like thunder, commanding yet tender. "You shall be my people, and I will be your God." Each word rang out, reverberating against the stone, carving itself into the very essence of the mountain. Below, the Israelites strained to listen, every ear turned to the mountain, every heart pounding in anticipation. Moments stretched into eternity as they awaited the revelation of their destiny. Would they be worthy of this divine promise? The air thickened with uncertainty, mingling with hope. They felt tethered to the mountain, as if the very earth beneath them was binding them to this moment. And then, suddenly, the sky darkened, a storm brewing as the voice of God thundered with the giving of the 10 Commandments. "You shall have no other gods before me." The words boomed, a declaration that would echo through generations. Each commandment was a thread woven into the fabric of their community, a foundation upon which to build their new lives. The words were more than rules. They were the lifeblood of a covenant meant to unify them, not just as individuals, but as a people with a shared purpose. Back below, the people listened, their hearts racing. Fear and awe mingled as they began to grasp the magnitude of the moment. They were called to be more than mere wanderers. They were to become a community bound by faith, a nation set apart. But with such high calling came great responsibility. Doubt flickered in the hearts of some. Would they measure up? Would they falter in their faith? As the last commandment resounded in the air, a profound silence fell over the crowd. The ground trembled, but this time it felt like a gentle reminder of the covenant being forged between them and their Creator. They were not merely witnesses. They were participants in a divine story that stretched back to the very beginning. The mountain stood tall, an eternal sentinel watching over this moment of birth and rebirth. Moses descended, his face illuminated with the glow of divine radiance, carrying the stone tablets etched with God's commandments. The people watched in awe, feeling a mix of reverence and trepidation. When he reached the base, silence hung thick in the air, pregnant with emotion. He raised the tablets high, a symbol of the covenant that had just been sealed. In that moment, the reality of their new identity began to sink in, not just as individuals, but as a community bound together by faith and a shared purpose. The moment felt electric, the air buzzing with possibility. Tears flowed freely as people embraced one another, joy mingling with fear, excitement woven through their very souls. They understood that they were stepping into a new world, one defined not by their past of slavery, but by the promise of a future filled with hope and divine guidance. The covenant community had begun to take shape, a living testament to the power of faith and the call of the Almighty. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, the Israelites found themselves standing on the edge of something remarkable. The mountain loomed large behind them, a reminder of the encounter with the divine they could never forget. Each heartbeat echoed the promise of what lay ahead, a journey filled with challenges, trials, and triumphs. The air was charged with emotion, the promise of a new beginning swirling around them like the winds that had heralded their arrival at Mount Sinai. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: they were no longer alone. The bond of the covenant would guide them, even through the darkest valleys yet to come. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance as a shimmering cloud descended upon the craggy heights of Mount Sinai. The air was thick with expectation, a palpable sense of urgency enveloping the people below. They gathered at the foot of the mountain, hearts pounding as they glanced at one another, wondering what would happen next. Little did they know that today would change the very essence of their existence. Moses stood alone on the mountain, surrounded by swirling shadows and flashes of light. His heart raced, a mixture of fear and exhilaration coursing through his veins. He had climbed this mountain, not just to seek solace but to communicate with the divine, to bring back something beyond mere words, a covenant that would bind his people to their Creator. As he gripped the cool stone tablets, he felt the weight of history resting on his shoulders, a legacy that would echo through the ages. Down below, the Israelites trembled, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of their campfires. They whispered among themselves, recalling the tales of their ancestors, of promises made and destinies fulfilled. But this was their moment, a crossroads where faith and doubt collided. Would they heed the words that were about to be etched in stone? Or would they turn their backs, lost in their fears? The mountain shook violently as God's voice thundered, echoing through the valleys like a mighty river crashing against rocks. "I am the Lord your God." The voice resonated, each word dripping with authority and love. "You shall have no other gods before me." The commandment hung in the air, heavy with meaning, a call to loyalty that would resonate not just through the ages, but deep within the hearts of those who heard it. Moses quaked at the sound, his heart racing even faster. The people below fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the power of the moment. They were a fractured tribe, wandering through the wilderness, but today they were being offered a promise, a chance to unite under a single banner, a shared belief that could lift them from their despair. As the second commandment rang out, "You shall not make for yourself a carved image," a hush fell over the crowd. They could see the flickering shadows of their past, the idols left behind in Egypt. Would they cling to those old ways, or let them be swept away in the wake of this new covenant? The questions hung heavily, each heartbeat a reminder that their choices would define not just their present, but their future. "Do not take the name of the Lord your God in vain." The words sliced through the air, sharp and penetrating. The ground beneath them trembled as if the very earth itself responded to the weight of this commandment. They grasped the significance of reverence, the importance of honoring the name that had saved them from bondage. It was a call to purity in thought and action, a plea to remember their roots, a reminder of the miracles that had brought them here. Moses' arms ached as he held the tablets aloft, his heart swelling with the knowledge that he was a messenger of something monumental. "Remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy." The command echoed like a sweet melody, promising rest and renewal. It was a chance to step back from the chaos of daily life, to cherish moments of peace and reflection. The people turned to one another, realizing they had been so consumed by survival that they had forgotten the importance of simply being. Then came the weighty command that would forever shape their moral compass. "Honor your father and your mother." The simplicity of it struck them with profound depth. The ties of family, the bonds of community, they were being called to honor the very roots from which they had sprung. Tears streamed down many faces as they recalled loved ones lost in their journey, the sacrifices made so that they could stand here today. "You shall not murder." The words were stark and unyielding, a call to respect life. The air grew thick with emotion as eyes widened in recognition. Each individual was a part of a larger story, and to take a life was to sever a thread in the beautiful tapestry of existence. The weight of responsibility settled on their shoulders, an unspoken vow to uplift rather than destroy, to heal rather than harm. "Do not commit adultery." The commandment struck like a lightning bolt, illuminating the fragility of relationships and the sanctity of trust. For so long, they had been adrift in a world of uncertainty, but here lay a promise of fidelity, of devotion. A chance to build families that would endure, bonds that would not break under pressure. The tension of the moment surged as they were confronted with the next command. "You shall not steal." The realization struck deep. Each act of theft was not just a taking but a tearing away at the fabric of community. They were reminded that true wealth came not from possessions but from a shared sense of belonging. "Do not bear false witness against your neighbor." The words wove through the crowd, creating a tapestry of trust and integrity. In that moment, they understood that honesty was sacred, a foundation upon which they could build their new society. Every lie, every whisper, had the power to fracture their unity. And then came the final commandment, a quiet yet profound conclusion. "You shall not covet." The simplicity of it echoed in their hearts, a reminder to cherish what they had rather than yearning for what belonged to others. It was a call to gratitude, to appreciate the beauty in their lives, however humble. Each commandment hung in the air, heavy with emotion, reverberating through the hearts of the people below. They were not mere words etched in stone. They were a lifeline, a promise of hope, a pathway to a life filled with purpose. As Moses descended the mountain, the tablets glinting in the sunlight, he knew that he bore more than laws. He carried a vision of a nation united in faith, guided by principles that would transcend the ages. But even as the echoes of the commandments faded into the distance, a weight hung in the air. The people were left with the enormity of their choice. Would they embrace this new way of living, or would they falter and fall back into old habits? The uncertainty loomed like a shadow, but deep within their hearts, a flicker of hope ignited. They were poised on the brink of transformation, ready to step into a future paved with the principles of their Creator. As they looked up at the mountain, now etched against the setting sun, they felt a surge of courage, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The sound of the tablets clanging together became a rallying cry, a reminder of what they were meant to become. The ground beneath them trembled not with fear, but with anticipation. The dawn of a new era was upon them, and their hearts raced with the promise of what was yet to come. The sun hung low over the ancient hills, casting a golden glow that danced between the trees, whispering of secrets long held in the heart of the earth. As the evening air thickened with the scent of pine and damp earth, a sense of anticipation filled the gathering. This was a moment unlike any other, a moment where promises were etched not in ink but in the very fabric of souls. The covenant ritual was more than a ceremony. It was a pledge, a binding that transcended mere words. Those who stood in the circle felt the weight of generations upon their shoulders. They were not just participants. They were bearers of an age-old tradition that connected them to their ancestors, to the very essence of faith itself. With every heartbeat, they felt the connection to something far greater than themselves, a force that stirred the air, igniting a fire within. As the drums began to beat, their rhythm pulsed like a heartbeat, quickening the breath of everyone present. The sound echoed through the trees, creating a bridge between the mundane and the divine. Each thump reverberated in their chests, urging them onward, into a sacred space where the veil between the earthly and the heavenly thinned. The elders, cloaked in robes that shimmered with symbols that told stories older than time, stood at the center, their eyes shimmering with wisdom and authority. One by one, the individuals stepped forward, their hearts racing, hands trembling slightly as they clutched tokens of their commitment. Small tokens that represented their faith, their hopes, their deepest desires. They were not mere objects. They were extensions of their souls, imbued with meaning. A simple stone, polished smooth by the river, a piece of cloth worn thin with use, a small silver cross glinting in the fading light. Each token held a story, a memory that would be woven into the fabric of the ritual. The air thickened with emotion as the first participant stepped into the circle. A young woman with bright eyes, filled with dreams that sparkled like the stars above. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke her vow, pledging her life, her love, and her loyalty to the divine. The crowd held its breath, feeling the power of her words wrap around them like a warm embrace. The moment was electric, a spark that ignited the collective spirit of all present. The elder nodded, acknowledging her commitment. With a gentle gesture, he took her token and raised it to the heavens, as if to offer it to the very fabric of existence. May your promise be as unyielding as the mountains, as deep as the rivers, he intoned, and at that moment, a breeze swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves as if nature itself rejoiced in her dedication. One by one, the participants followed, each declaration weaving an intricate tapestry of faith and commitment. A father, tearful yet resolute, spoke of his dedication to guiding his children in the ways of virtue. A soldier, scarred by battles both external and internal, offered his pledge for peace and strength in the face of adversity. The stories poured forth, a stream of heartfelt promises feeding the sacred ground beneath their feet. As each token was offered, the crowd felt the energy shift, a tangible presence that filled the air. It was as if the very essence of those who had gone before them stood alongside, urging them to seek truth, to walk the righteous path. The flickering flames of the ceremonial fire danced higher, illuminating the faces of the crowd, reflecting their hopes and fears, illuminating the struggle that accompanied true commitment. Yet, as the ritual unfolded, the atmosphere thickened, tension rising like the smoke spiraling towards the heavens. A shadow flickered in the periphery, a reminder that light and darkness exist in a delicate balance. Though love and unity flourished, there was an unspoken fear that tugged at the corners of their hearts. A fear of failure, of faltering on the promises made. It was an ancient struggle, one that echoed through history, reminding them that commitment to God was both a blessing and a burden. As the flame rose higher, a sudden crack of thunder echoed in the distance, reverberating through the trees like a warning bell. The atmosphere shimmered with a mix of awe and dread. The elders exchanged glances, their faces etched with concern. The storm was approaching, not just in the skies but within the hearts of those gathered. Yet, even in the face of uncertainty, one could feel the unwavering spirit of the collective commitment. The participants pressed on, galvanizing one another with shared resolve. They raised their voices in song, their harmonies intertwining with the rhythm of the drums. The sound soared upwards, a powerful plea that echoed through the night, reaching out to the heavens, calling for strength, guidance, and protection. As the song reached its crescendo, each note seemed to pulse with life, a reminder of the bonds that held them together. The sky crackled with energy, mirroring the fervor of their hearts. And in that moment, as if the universe itself was listening, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the darkness, casting a brief yet brilliant light over the gathering. Gasps echoed through the crowd as they stood frozen, hearts pounding, eyes wide, caught between fear and awe. In the aftermath of that flash, silence enveloped them like a thick blanket. It was a moment where time stood still, pregnant with possibility. A flicker of hope danced in their hearts, a sense that something monumental was unfolding. A covenant not just between them and God, but among themselves. They were no longer individuals but a united front, a community bound by their shared commitment to faith and to one another. As the storm approached, swirling winds beckoned, and rain began to gently fall. Each droplet felt like a blessing, washing away the remnants of doubt, cleansing their spirits. And as the first drops hit their skin, they found themselves laughing, tears mingling with raindrops. Tears of joy, tears of release. It was a cleansing of the soul, reminding them that even in the chaos, they were never alone. The fire crackled fiercely, sending sparks curling into the night sky. Just as the storm began to rage, the covenant ritual reached its pinnacle. The elders held their hands high, urging everyone to join in a final pledge. Each participant, with renewed vigor, repeated their promises, their voices melding into a resounding chorus that soared high above the chaos below. Voices intertwined in a powerful commitment that resonated not just in the clearing, but in the very cosmos. And then, in the midst of the storm and the fervor, a sense of peace descended. The rain fell softer now, a gentle embrace that enveloped them, as if the heavens themselves were affirming their vows. Every heart beat in harmony, a rhythm that echoed through the ages, binding them not only to their faith but to one another. As the night wore on, they stood together, a circle of light amidst the growing darkness, hearts aflame with the promise of commitment. And within the echoes of their pledges, a promise lingered, a promise that would transcend time and space, destined to shape their lives, their community, and their faith. With every breath, they entered a covenant not just between themselves and the divine, but with the very essence of existence itself, an unbreakable bond forged in the fire of commitment, courage, and unyielding hope. Moses stood alone atop the rugged mountain, the air thick with anticipation and the scent of burnt offerings wafting up from the valley below. His heart raced as he anticipated the thunderous voice of God, a voice that would soon issue commands that would change the very fabric of his people's existence. It was here, in this sacred place, that the Creator would speak of a dwelling, not just a home for Moses or a palace for kings, but a divine sanctuary where God himself would reside among his people. The Israelites, wandering in their desert exile, looked up to the peaks, their hopes tethered to the promise that they would be led by an unseen but powerful presence. They were tired, weary from their trials, yet in their hearts flickered a flame of hope. Will he really come to us? Will he truly dwell with us? They whispered among themselves as they set up their tents, their lives still overshadowed by the enormity of their journey. As Moses listened, the voice of God reverberated through him, resonating with the weight of eternity. "Make a sanctuary for me, so I may dwell among them." It was a command steeped in intimacy. God desired to be close, to be connected, to be part of their daily struggles and joys. This was not mere architecture. It was a promise, an invitation to share a sacred space where the mundane would meld with the divine. The instructions poured forth with clarity, each detail imbued with significance. "You shall make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twisted linen and blue and purple and scarlet yarn. You shall make the curtains with cherubim skillfully worked into them." As Moses transcribed the words, he could almost see the vibrant colors shimmering in the sunlight, the golden threads glinting like stars in the night sky. The tabernacle would become a kaleidoscope of beauty, a refuge for the soul. The people below stirred with excitement as the plans were unveiled. They gathered precious materials: gold, silver, and bronze, fine linen, goat hair, and acacia wood. Each item contributed to a masterpiece that would not only house the presence of God, but would serve as a testament to their faith and resilience. It was more than just making a structure. It was about creating a home, a space where they would encounter the Almighty. As the details unfolded, they imagined the Ark of the Covenant, its ornate design reflecting the glory of God. Cherubim would sit atop it, their wings stretching wide, guarding the sacred space within. The Hebrew people could almost touch the divine as they envisioned the mercy seat, the place where God would meet them. The very air buzzed with expectation. They were building a bridge between heaven and earth. Day by day, as the plans took shape in Moses' mind, he was reminded of the significance of each instruction. It was more than just a physical space. It was a symbol of a covenant, a promise that God would never abandon them. The tabernacle would be a constant reminder of God's faithfulness, an enduring picture of his love and care, even in the harshness of the wilderness. The sounds of hammers striking wood and the rhythmic weaving of linen echoed through the camp as the artisans worked tirelessly, fueled by faith and passion. With hands stained by labor and hearts alive with hope, they poured their very souls into this holy creation. Laughter echoed, mingling with the solemnity of the task, as families came together to participate in something far greater than themselves. Each thread woven, every plank cut, was a declaration. We are chosen. We are God's people. Yet, amidst the joyous activity, there lingered an undercurrent of tension. Would they be worthy? Would their imperfections and failures tarnish the place where God would dwell? But God's voice rang clear in Moses' ears. "Let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them." It was a call to relationship, not perfection. It was an invitation to draw near, despite their flaws. As the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, Moses descended the mountain, his heart pounding with the weight of the revelation. The Israelites gathered around, their faces lit by the fading light and the flickering flames of their campfires. He could see the anticipation in their eyes, the yearning for connection with the divine. "Behold," Moses proclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion, "God has given us his instructions. We shall build him a sanctuary." A roar of approval erupted from the crowd, shouts of joy mingling with uncertainty, a mixture of hope and fear as they absorbed the gravity of the task ahead. The work began in earnest, hands meeting materials as the vision took form. They sculpted, measured, and crafted, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of their labor. As they toiled under the hot sun, sweat mingled with tears of joy and anxiety. Each nail driven and each stitch sewn became a prayer, a longing for God to dwell among them, to walk with them through their trials, to share their joys. But the weight of the task was heavy. The more they built, the more they felt the enormity of what it meant to house the presence of God. The pressure weighed down upon them like the vast sky above. What if they failed? What if they didn't meet his standards? The thought sent shivers down their spines, but amidst their fears, a quiet resolve began to brew. They belonged to him and he to them. As dusk settled over the camp, the first flickers of light from within the tabernacle began to glow, illuminating the area with a warmth that spoke of hope. The people gathered round, their eyes wide with wonder as they beheld the beginning of something miraculous. The colors danced in the firelight, each hue a reminder of the covenant, of the love that could not be contained. "Moses!" a voice called out from the crowd, breaking the stillness of the night. "Will he truly come to us?" Questions hung heavy in the air, the collective longing palpable. The anticipation was electric, a thread that connected each heart to the promise of God's presence. "Yes," Moses replied, his heart swelling with conviction. "He will come. He desires to dwell with us." And as he spoke, the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, twinkling like distant promises, each one a reminder that they were not alone. God was near, and soon, they would witness the fulfillment of a sacred promise that transcended time and space. As the flames flickered and the night deepened, the dreams of a people intermingled with the whispers of divine instruction. Their journey was just beginning, yet in the shadows of that tabernacle, the presence of God awaited, ready to meet them in their struggles and triumphs. The promise of dwelling together loomed closer, a heartbeat away, echoing in the very fabric of their lives. The night pulsed with anticipation, and they stood on the brink of a miraculous new chapter, where heaven would kiss earth, and their story would unfold in ways they could scarcely imagine. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the camp of the Israelites. A murmur rippled through the crowd, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Moses, the man chosen to lead them out of slavery, had climbed the rugged slopes of Mount Sinai, disappearing into a swirling fog of mystery. Days stretched into weeks, and with each passing moment, doubt began to creep into the hearts of the people. What laid beyond that towering peak? Had he abandoned them? In the stillness of the desert night, their whispers grew louder, fueled by fear and uncertainty. The vibrant stories of miracles and deliverance faded, replaced by a gnawing sense of loss. The golden days of Egypt, though filled with anguish, suddenly seemed less daunting than this void of the unknown. The leader they had trusted was gone, and the void was now filled with an unbearable silence. They turned to one another, their faces etched with worry. Then came the voice of Aaron, Moses' brother, a man with a gentle demeanor but a heart now swayed by the restless crowd. "Let us make a god for ourselves," he proclaimed, his voice rising above the discontent. The suggestion hung in the air like a heavy cloud, filling the hearts of the people with a strange, intoxicating thrill. A god they could see, one that would anchor their faith. No longer would they have to trust in invisible promises. With every word, the spark of rebellion ignited into a flame. The people surged like a wave, drawn by the thrill of something tangible, something real. They gathered their gold, the adornments they had brought from Egypt, and soon the desert echoed with the sound of clinking metal. In the heart of their camp, a frenzy erupted. Hands moved swiftly, driven by a collective yearning for something solid, something that could fill the void left by their absent leader. As the molten gold pooled and bubbled, a figure emerged from the chaos. The golden calf took shape, glinting in the sun like a beacon of betrayal. Its presence cast a spell over the people, intoxicating them with a sense of power and purpose. "This is your God, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt," they cried, their voices rising in a fervor that echoed across the barren landscape. The air thickened with adrenaline, and the rapture of rebellion swept through the throng. They danced, their bodies swaying, lost in a rhythm that pulsed with life. The golden calf, with its gleaming facade, became a symbol of their defiance, a tangible representation of their desire to break free from the tether of uncertainty. No longer were they slaves of Egypt. Now they were worshippers of their own creation, reveling in the chaos of their newfound freedom. But as the fevered celebrations reached a climax, a shadow fell over the camp. Moses returned from the mountain, his face radiant yet etched with fury. He carried the stone tablets, each one inscribed with the commandments that would guide the people toward a better life. Yet as he descended, the joyous cacophony struck his ears like a thunderclap. He halted, a chill creeping down his spine as he witnessed the debauchery below. Heart pounding, he dashed through the crowd, his eyes narrowing at the sight of the golden calf. The laughter and revelry twisted into a bitter mockery of what they had once promised to uphold. "What have you done?" he shouted, his voice trembling with disbelief and sorrow. The jubilation faltered, faces turning pale as they realized the depth of their betrayal. Amidst the chaotic din, Aaron stepped forward, his voice shaky as he attempted to explain. "The people were restless, Moses. They demanded a God, and I—" But Moses cut him off, the weight of disappointment heavy on his heart. The tablets slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground with a deafening crack. Each fragment mirrored the broken trust of the people, splintering their once unwavering faith. The air was thick with tension, a clash of hope and despair. Anger surged within Moses, fueled by a sense of protectiveness over the people he had fought to free. "You have turned from the path set before you," he declared, his voice rising like a storm. "You have forsaken the very God who parted the sea." The betrayal stung, and the echoes of their rebellion hung in the air like a bitter aftertaste. As the people stood frozen, grappling with the weight of their choices, Moses turned to the Lord in anguish. "What will become of your people? Their hearts are hardened. They have chosen a false god." And in that moment, the gravity of their actions sunk deep into their souls. What had once been a journey toward freedom now felt like a descent into chaos. The ground trembled as Moses pleaded for mercy, wrestling with the reality of their rebellion. Would the promises of deliverance still hold? Would they be forsaken for their sins? The tension hung palpably in the air, thicker than the desert dust swirling around them. The golden calf shone brightly, a mocking reminder of their folly. As the reality of their choices began to settle in like a heavy shroud, the crowd murmured, uncertainty creeping back in. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the camp, tinged with the weight of guilt and shame. They had traded freedom for a flickering flame of false security, and now they faced the consequences of their recklessness. But was there still hope? Could they rise from the ashes of their rebellion and find their way back? Questions lingered in the air, unanswered and heavy with emotion. As the story of their journey hung precariously in the balance, teetering between redemption and despair, the golden calf stood as a testament to their struggle, a stark reminder of the choices that could either bind them forever or set them free. The night deepened, and the tension simmered, ready to explode into the next chapter of their destiny. Under the vast, unyielding sky, where the sun beat down mercilessly upon the weary Israelites, a tension crackled in the air like the promise of a storm. The people, once full of hope and expectation, now stood at the foot of Mount Sinai, their hearts heavy with despair. Moses had gone up the mountain to meet with God, and in his absence, the Israelites felt a gnawing emptiness, a void that threatened to consume them. In a moment of panic, they turned to the familiar, crafting a golden calf, a hollow imitation of the God who had led them out of slavery. This was their betrayal, a deafening cry against the very miracle of their liberation. Moses, perched high above, was enveloped in the thick cloud of glory, the presence of God surrounding him like a warm embrace. As he received the tablets inscribed with the commandments, a shudder coursed through him, a warning that pierced the stillness. The voice of the Almighty echoed in his ears, heavy with disappointment. "Go down, for your people, whom you brought up from the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves." Each word was like a stone dropped into a still pond, sending ripples of dread through Moses' heart. His thoughts raced as he descended the mountain, the joy of receiving divine law quickly turning to horror. As he neared the camp, the sounds of revelry hit him, a cacophony of laughter and shouts that drowned out the whispers of his soul. Rage bubbled within him as he saw the people, once his brothers and sisters, bowing before a lifeless idol. The golden calf gleamed in the sunlight, a sickening symbol of their unfaithfulness. Moses shattered the tablets in a fit of fury, the pieces scattering like broken promises upon the ground. The people recoiled, their joy collapsing into fear as they recognized the depth of their sin. Their laughter turned to gasps, and shame washed over them like a cold wave. There was no hiding from the truth. They had turned their backs on the God who had parted the Red Sea and delivered them from bondage. In that moment of chaos, something shifted within Moses. Beneath the burning anger was a fierce love for his people, a love that transcended their betrayal. He felt their pain as if it were his own, a deep ache that resonated in the fibers of his being. If ever there was a time for intercession, it was now. He turned to God, pleading with a heart full of anguish. "Alas, this people has sinned a great sin," he cried out, his voice echoing in the silence that followed the storm of emotions. "They have made for themselves gods of gold." Moses understood the gravity of their actions, yet he stood before God not as an accuser but as a mediator, seeking a path to mercy. His soul burned with a passionate plea, and in that moment, he embodied the essence of true leadership. "Forgive their sin, or blot me out of your book," he implored, desperation lacing every word. The weight of his request hung heavy in the air, a sacrifice he was willing to make for the sake of his people. He was prepared to face the ultimate consequence if it meant saving those he loved. What heart could bear such a burden? God responded with a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "Whoever has sinned against me, I will blot out of my book." The words were both a warning and a promise, striking Moses with the harsh reality of divine justice. The balance between righteousness and mercy was precarious, and Moses felt it keenly. Could he convince God to spare them? His heart raced, weighing the fate of the entire nation against the mercy he desperately sought. With unwavering determination, Moses returned to the people, his mind racing with thoughts of sacrifice and redemption. He called upon the Levites, the faithful ones, to rally behind him. Their resolve was palpable as they took up swords, ready to stand with their leader against the tide of rebellion. The air thickened with tension, each heartbeat echoing the unspoken fear of retribution that loomed over them. The Israelites listened, their eyes wide with uncertainty and a flicker of hope. Could it be possible that they might be forgiven? Whispers of doubt mingled with silent prayers as they began to understand the gravity of Moses' plea. The God who had led them through the wilderness was also the God of justice. But in this moment, Moses embodied mercy, standing in the gap, a bridge between the divine and the wayward. "Consecrate yourselves today," Moses urged, his voice steady despite the turmoil raging within, "and return to the Lord your God." There was a fierce strength in his words, a reminder of their shared history and the covenant they had with the Almighty. The people looked into his eyes and saw not just a leader, but a man who loved them enough to risk everything. Could they turn back? Could they find forgiveness? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the camp, the atmosphere shifted. The golden calf slowly lost its luster. The people's hearts began to stir with remorse. They fell to their knees, tears mingling with the dust of the desert floor. "We have sinned," they cried in unison, their voices rising like a wave against the starlit sky. Moses' heart clenched at the sound, a bittersweet melody of repentance that rang in his ears. He felt the weight of their sorrow, and in that moment he understood the true nature of his role, not just as a leader, but as a shepherd of souls. His intercession was not merely a plea for forgiveness. It was a fierce declaration of hope, a testament to the unbreakable bond between God and his people. As night descended, enveloping them in darkness, light flickered in their hearts. The promise of forgiveness hung just beyond their reach, and Moses remained before the Lord, arms outstretched, pleading for their lives. He was a man torn between justice and love, and his unwavering faith stood as a beacon in a night filled with doubt. The battle for their souls continued, and in the distance, the echoes of their cries swirled through the air, a testament to the power of intercession and the possibility of redemption. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the land as the Israelites gathered at the foot of Mount Sinai. Their hearts beat in unison, a symphony of hope and fear, as they awaited a promise that had lingered in the air like a sweet fragrance, a covenant that would bind them to the one who had liberated them from the chains of Egypt. Each man, woman, and child stood on the threshold of something monumental, a renewal of faith that promised to reshape not just their lives but the very fabric of their existence. Moses, a figure both revered and feared, stood before the multitude with a weighty scroll in his hands. His voice, rich with authority and tenderness, echoed across the valley, a bridge between the sacred and the everyday. The people leaned in, hearts pounding with anticipation, as he began to recount the stories of their ancestors, the trials of Abraham, the sacrifice of Isaac, and the unwavering faith of Jacob. Each tale was a thread in the rich tapestry of their history, binding them together as a nation chosen for a purpose. In this moment, the air crackled with expectancy. It was not just a ceremony. It was a revival, a reawakening of promises long ago made and yet to be fulfilled. The past weighed heavily on their shoulders, yet it was the promise of grace that filled their spirits with hope. Moses spoke of God's unwavering love, a divine embrace that would not let them go even as they faltered and strayed. The people could feel a stirring within, a flicker of faith igniting in the depths of their souls. God has chosen you, Moses declared, his voice rising with fervor. He has set you apart, not because of your strength, but because of his grace. As these words poured forth, the crowd erupted in a chorus of murmurs and gasps. They were a nation of ex-slaves, weary from the battles of survival, yet here stood the promise of a new identity, God's people. As Moses unrolled the scroll, the words danced before their eyes, shimmering with divine authority. The laws etched into that parchment were more than just rules. They were a guide, a loving hand directing them toward a life of abundance. Each commandment was an invitation to build a civilization rooted in justice, compassion, and mercy. But the stakes were high. The people understood that the path of obedience was fraught with challenges, and failures would come. Yet, in the midst of their uncertainty, a rush of peace swept through the crowd. They remembered the moments when they had witnessed divine intervention, the parting of the Red Sea, the bitter waters made sweet, and the manna that fell from heaven. Each miracle served as a testament to God's relentless grace, a reminder that even in their weakest moments, they were not abandoned. With every word Moses spoke, the tension in the air thickened. The people felt the pull of their past mistakes, the weight of their doubts threatening to pull them back into despair. But Moses pressed on, recounting the story of the golden calf, their rebellion and the resulting heartbreak. The memories hung between them like a shroud, yet it was through that very rebellion that God's grace shone brightest. Even when we fail, he reminded them, God's love remains steadfast. He is waiting to forgive, longing to renew. The Israelites exchanged glances, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Just as they felt the hopelessness of their past looming over them, the promise of renewal began to seep into their hearts. They could almost hear the whisper of grace, urging them to rise above their failures. Suddenly, the mountain began to shake, and a sense of awe enveloped them. Thunder rumbled through the heavens, and flashes of lightning illuminated the darkening sky. The scene was both terrifying and magnificent, a reminder of God's power and presence. Moses climbed higher, moving closer to the source of that divine energy, and the people held their breaths, caught between fear and reverence. As the clouds descended upon the mountain, enveloping Moses in an ethereal mist, the Israelites felt a connection to something greater than themselves. They were witnessing a moment of profound significance, a renewal not just of covenants, but of souls. In that atmosphere charged with divine presence, they began to understand. This was not merely an ancient ritual. It was a living promise, a call to each of them to rise above the ashes of their past and step into a new reality shaped by grace. The trembling of the mountain echoed the tumult in their hearts. They knew they were being asked to respond. With hands raised and voices lifted, the people cried out in unison, "We will follow. We will obey." The sound rippled through the air like a wave, crashing against the mountains and flowing into the valleys below. Each declaration was a step into the unknown, a choice to embrace a future drenched in God's forgiveness. Moses, feeling the weight of their words, descended with a renewed spirit. The scrolls held not just commandments but an invitation to walk hand in hand with the Creator. The Israelites stood on the brink of transformation, ready to shed their old identities and embrace the grace that awaited them. The landscape around them seemed to pulse with life, as if the very earth rejoiced at their decision. In that moment, the renewal of the covenant was not just a historical event. It was a living reality that reverberated through time. The promise of grace would echo through generations, shaping the lives of those who came after, binding them in love and purpose. The sky blazed with colors unknown, a testament to the divine response to their cries. Moses lifted his arms, signaling the moment of commitment. The people, trembling yet resolute, stepped forward, their hearts aligned in a single beat of faith. A covenant renewed, a promise of grace, a call to live transformed lives. They could feel the weight of history upon them, yet it was the lightness of hope that spurred them forward. As their voices rose in unison, the air shimmered with expectation. The mountains bore witness to their declaration. This was only the beginning. Just beyond the horizon lay trials and tribulations, yet the promise of grace would guide them through the storm, illuminating their path, reminding them that they were never alone. With eyes fixed on the horizon, they began to move forward, step by step, hearts united in their quest for something greater. And in that moment, as they took their first steps into the future, the unseen threads of destiny wove them tightly together, binding their stories into a narrative of hope, faith, and unyielding grace. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the camp of the Israelites, where the air was thick with anticipation. The scent of fresh cedar wafted through the atmosphere, mingling with the earthy aroma of the desert sand. In this extraordinary moment, a divine command had ignited a spark within the hearts of the people. God himself had instructed them to build a sanctuary, a dwelling place to host his presence among them. The tabernacle, a sacred space, was about to be born. Moses stood at the center of the bustling encampment, his voice cutting through the noise like a clarion call. He shared the divine plans with the eager hearts surrounding him. God desires a dwelling among us, he proclaimed, his eyes shimmering with conviction. Bring forth your finest materials: gold, silver, bronze, blue, purple, and scarlet yarns, and fine linen. Let each individual contribute according to their ability, for this is a sacred work. As these words settled in the hearts of the people, a sense of purpose surged through them. They dashed back to their tents, hands trembling with excitement, gathering precious items that represented their former lives in Egypt. Each piece they offered became a testament to their faith, a piece of their past transformed into a cornerstone of their future. The artisans came forth next, a skilled assembly of craftsmen and women whose hands seemed to be guided by divine inspiration. Bezalel and Oholiab stood out among them. Bezalel, with the wisdom of his lineage, was endowed with the Spirit of God, and Oholiab, his trusted companion, was equally gifted. Together, they envisioned the intricate details of the sanctuary, the tapestry that would hang like a veil between the heavens and the earth. As they began to work, their hands moved with purpose. The sound of hammers striking chisels rang through the camp, echoing like a heartbeat. Each blow became a prayer, each stitch a promise. They poured their very souls into the tabernacle, believing it would be a home for the holy, a conduit between the divine and humanity. The dimensions of the tabernacle took shape, its walls rising like a fortress of faith. The outer layer, a sturdy enclosure of fine linen and goat hair, stood as a symbol of protection, while the inner sanctum, embellished with gold and precious stones, whispered secrets of glory. The Ark of the Covenant, the very throne of God, was crafted with meticulous care, its cherubim wings stretched wide as if embracing the heavens. As days turned into weeks, the atmosphere crackled with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Every sun-kissed morning brought renewed vigor, yet every sunset cast a shadow of doubt. Would they be worthy of this sacred task? Would the presence of God truly dwell among them? The questions lingered heavy in the air, urging them on with an unyielding urgency. Under the shimmering stars, the artisans gathered, hands stained with the colors of their labor, and shared quiet moments of reflection. They spoke of their hopes and fears, of the past that haunted them and the future that awaited. Their voices would rise and fall like the gentle breeze, weaving in and out of the night, binding their hearts together in a tapestry of shared sacrifice. Then came the day of completion. The tabernacle stood resplendent, a beacon of faith rising from the dust of the desert. With awestruck gazes, the people gathered around, their hearts pounding with a mix of pride and reverence. The curtains of blue and purple, the intricate designs woven into the fabric, shimmered in the golden light of the setting sun. It looked less like a structure and more like a promise, floating on the breath of God. Moses approached the entrance, the weight of anticipation heavy on his shoulders. His heart raced as he laid a hand on the door, the coolness of the wood grounding him in the moment. With a deep breath, he entered the tabernacle, stepping into the sacred space that had been crafted by human hands yet inspired by divine will. Within, the air felt different, charged with something sacred and profound. The lampstand gleamed like stars captured in gold, illuminating the space with a warm glow. The table of showbread, laden with freshly baked loaves, stood as a testament to God's provision. And in the center, the ark awaited, draped in rich fabrics, a sanctum of the covenant that connected heaven and earth. And then, a hush fell over the crowd as Moses emerged, his face radiant, a reflection of the glory he had encountered. "The Lord has accepted our offering," he exclaimed, his voice a blend of awe and joy. The Israelites erupted into cheers, their voices lifting into the heavens, a symphony of praise and gratitude. But as the celebration swelled, a palpable tension lingered. In the solemnity of their joy, a question loomed. Would the glory of God truly dwell among them? Would he come to meet them in this holy space they had built with their own hands? As if in answer, a cloud formed above the tabernacle, thick and mysterious, the very presence of God descending to rest upon the sanctuary. Fear and reverence intertwined in the hearts of the people as they beheld this miraculous sight. The beauty of their labor had manifested into something otherworldly, a connection to the divine they had only dreamed of. In that moment, the tabernacle transformed from a mere structure into a living testament of faith. It became a place of worship, a refuge for the weary, an invitation to meet the divine in daily life. The Israelites understood that they were part of something greater than themselves. They were woven into a story of redemption, crafted by the hands of their Creator. As the cloud enveloped the sanctuary, a stillness settled over the camp. The joy of creation mingled with the solemnity of God's presence, and the people fell to their knees, hearts pounding in awe. They grasped the weight of their journey, the sacrifices made, and the love that had fueled every stitch and every nail. Yet, even amid this sacred moment, whispers of uncertainty stirred within. What would happen next? How would they carry this presence into their lives? The promise of the tabernacle echoed in their hearts, but with it came a deeper understanding of the responsibility it bore. The tension hung like the clouds above them, thick and expectant, a reminder that this relationship with the divine was only beginning, a sacred dance that would continue to unfold in the days to come. The construction of the tabernacle had been a magnificent beginning, but the real journey lay ahead, waiting to be written in the pages of their lives. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient temple. Its towering columns stood like solemn sentinels, guarding secrets of hope and reverence that stretched back through the ages. Inside, the air was thick with the mingled aromas of incense and burning offerings. A soft murmur of prayer filled the space, creating an atmosphere fraught with anticipation and devotion. It was here that the priests moved with purpose, their robes flowing softly around them like whispers of the divine. These men, clad in garments that shimmered with rich colors and intricate designs, bore the weight of a heavy responsibility. They were not merely religious figures. They were the threads between the mortal and the sacred, wielding an influence so profound that it reverberated through the hearts of the people. Their chants rose and fell like waves, resonating with the hopes and fears of those who gathered to seek solace or guidance. The priests took their places at the altar, where offerings of grain and fruit were laid as tokens of faith. Each item was imbued with meaning, a symbol of gratitude and supplication, waiting to be transformed into something greater by the hands of these mediators. As the flames danced in the braziers, the priests began their rituals, each movement choreographed with precision born from years of training. With eyes closed and voices lifted, they called upon deities with names that held the power to command the very elements. The people watched, captivated, their hearts racing with the rhythm of the prayers. They believed wholeheartedly that these men, with their sacred knowledge, could sway the forces of nature, heal the sick, or ensure bountiful harvests. Among them stood Eliar, a priest of no small renown. His connection to the divine was palpable. It seemed to radiate from him like a light that warmed the souls of those around him. Eliar's hands, calloused yet gentle, cradled the ceremonial chalice as he prepared to conduct a vital ritual. He could feel the weight of history pressing down on him, echoing the voices of countless priests before him who had stood in this very spot, guiding their people through trials and tribulations. As the evening wore on, Eliar sensed a palpable tension in the air. The people were restless, their hopes teetering on the edge of despair as drought threatened to suffocate their crops, leaving them with uncertainty and fear. Eliar could feel their desperate gazes upon him, their faith both a burden and a blessing. He inhaled deeply, centering himself, recalling the ancient texts that spoke of the power of prayer to summon rain. It was a tradition, a belief that had transcended generations, and it was now his turn to carry that torch. In the flickering light, he raised his voice, intoning the ancient words that had echoed through the ages. The temple walls seemed to vibrate with his fervor, and the crowd joined in, their voices merging into a powerful chorus that reached toward the heavens. The intensity of the moment hung thick in the air, as each heart beat in unison, a collective pulse of hope and desperation. Eliar's spirit soared, the weight of the moment feeling both exhilarating and terrifying. Outside, dark clouds began to gather, swirling ominously in the sky, as if responding to the fervent prayers of the faithful. Inside the temple, Eliar felt a strange energy coursing through the very stones of the building, a connection so profound that it sent shivers down his spine. He could sense the ancestors watching, their eyes fixed upon him, their whispers urging him to continue. The energy crackled in the air, and hope blossomed in the hearts of the people. In that charged atmosphere, Eliar felt the power of the priest's role as mediators of worship crystallize into something tangible. They weren't simply relaying messages to the gods. They were the embodiment of the people's collective hopes, fears, and dreams. Each priest carried the stories of their community, their prayers woven with the fabric of everyday life. Eliar's heart raced as he realized that in this moment, he was not just a voice but a vessel of their deepest longings. The storm broke suddenly, rain pouring down in torrents, the first real gift from the heavens in months. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, faces lighting up with joy and disbelief. Eliar felt the exhilaration surge within him, a wave of relief crashing over his soul. The priests were not merely conduits. They were the architects of faith, the bearers of miracles. With every drop of rain that fell, he could see hope restored, lives rejuvenated, futures brightened. But with that exhilaration came the weight of continued expectations. What if the rains did not last? What if the crops failed again, and the people's hopes turned to ashes? Eliar felt the flicker of doubt tugging at his mind, as the reality of his role pressed upon him. He was not just a mediator of worship. He was a guardian of faith, a keeper of the flame that burned brightly in the hearts of his community. As the rain danced upon the temple roof, the atmosphere shifted once more. Laughter and tears mingled, but in the depths of Eliar's consciousness, he sensed the shadows of uncertainty creeping back in. The priests had to forge on, guiding their people through the storms of both nature and spirit, wielding the ancient traditions that bound their community together. With his heart still racing, Eliar reached for the ceremonial staff, a symbol of his authority and responsibility. The night was not yet over, and many rituals awaited. He turned to his fellow priests, their expressions reflecting a mixture of hope and apprehension, as they readied themselves to continue the sacred work that had defined their lives. Each priest, a beacon of faith, ready to step forth and face whatever challenges lay ahead, their voices rising once again in an unbreakable chorus of devotion. The night carried on, with the promise of the dawn yet to unfold, but the weight of the role would never ease. They were called to be the mediators of worship, standing resolutely between the divine and their people, an eternal cycle of faith that would never end. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the desert landscape as the people of Israel buzzed with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Whispers danced through the air like the flickering flames of the many altars scattered around the camp. Today was no ordinary day. It was the day that Aaron and his sons would be set apart, clothed in a sacred purpose that would resound through generations. The weight of their calling pressed heavily upon them, a palpable force that seemed to echo in their very bones. Moses stood at the forefront, his presence both commanding and gentle. He was the shepherd of a nation, chosen by God to lead his people into freedom, and now tasked with a divine responsibility, to consecrate Aaron and his sons as priests. The glint of his staff caught the light, shining like hope amidst uncertainty. He raised his voice, steady yet filled with emotion, as he called Aaron forward. With each step, Aaron felt the ground beneath him reverberate with the anticipation of those gathered. He was no mere man. He was to be the high priest, the bridge between God and humanity. The fabric of his destiny was woven with threads of obedience and sacrifice. As he approached Moses, the air thickened with a sacred tension, and every heart seemed to beat in rhythm with the divine purpose unfolding before them. Moses raised his hands, and a hush fell over the crowd. The time had come to wash Aaron and his sons, to cleanse them in a ritual that would mark their transformation. Water poured over their heads, cascading down like a refreshing rain, washing away the dust of ordinary life. It was in this moment of purification that the enormity of their calling began to sink in. The people watched with bated breath, eyes wide and hearts pounding, as the past faded away and the future stood poised to take flight. As Aaron emerged from the waters, a gleaming white tunic was draped upon him, symbolizing purity and holiness. The fabric seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, as if woven from the very light of heaven. The tunic clung to his frame, a tangible reminder of the sacred duty that awaited him. His sons, Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, stood beside him, their youthful faces reflecting a mix of pride and trepidation. They were not just Aaron's sons. They were to be partakers in a legacy that would shape the spiritual landscape of their people. Moses then unveiled the breastplate, adorned with 12 precious stones, each representing one of the tribes of Israel. As he lifted it before the assembly, the stones sparkled with a brilliance that seemed to resonate with the very heartbeat of the nation. The people gasped. This was not merely jewelry, but a symbol of their collective identity, a reminder that their struggles and triumphs were woven into the fabric of God's plan. The weight of the breastplate was not just physical. It bore the emotional weight of their shared history and the hope of their future. With each piece of the priestly garments placed upon Aaron, a sense of awe enveloped the assembly. The turban, adorned with a gold plate inscribed with the words, "Holy to the Lord," was fastened securely upon his head. It was a crown of honor, yet it felt heavy, laden with the responsibility of leading the people in worship. Onlookers could hardly breathe as they witnessed the transformation of a humble man into the high priest, the spiritual leader who would guide them in their covenant with God. As the final piece, the robe of the ephod, was placed upon Aaron's shoulders, the atmosphere crackled with electricity. The sound of bells tinkling softly as he moved was a reminder of the sacredness of his role, a beautiful melody that would resonate in the presence of the Almighty. The people held their breath, caught between reverence and an overwhelming sense of destiny. Moses turned to his brother, his heart swelling with pride and affection. "You are chosen," he declared, his voice trembling with emotion. "You and your sons will bear the iniquity of the holy things." The weight of those words hung heavy in the air, a solemn promise that their lives would be forever intertwined with the divine. In that moment, the 4 sons stepped forward, their hands trembling ever so slightly as they received their own garments, a vestment of their place in this sacred lineage. They exchanged glances that spoke of both fear and determination. Would they be worthy? Could they live up to the high calling thrust upon them? Each felt the pulse of history beating around them, drawing them into the great narrative of their people. As the consecration continued, Moses took oil and began to anoint the sanctuary, the altar, and the newly appointed priests. The golden liquid glimmered like liquid sunlight as he poured it over Aaron's head, cascading down his beard and soaking into the fabric of his tunic. A wave of silence enveloped the crowd, broken only by the faint sounds of the desert breeze. In that sacred moment, it was as if heaven itself had opened its doors to bless this holy act. The anointing was not just a ceremony. It was a declaration of divine favor. It marked the beginning of a journey that would require faith and fortitude. Aaron felt the oil's warmth seep into his skin, igniting a fire within him that would not easily be extinguished. He understood in that ethereal moment that he was stepping into a role that would demand everything of him: his heart, his soul, his very being. As Moses stepped back, the people erupted into a chorus of praise and worship, voices rising like incense to the heavens. Their hearts swelled with hope and expectation, for they recognized that in this moment of consecration, they were witnessing not just the setting apart of Aaron and his sons, but the very shaping of their identity as a nation. Their future was being crafted in the flames of divine purpose, and the air was thick with a promise that echoed across the ages. But even as the celebration began to unfold, an undercurrent of unease whispered through the crowd. The weight of the anointing and the joy of the moment coexisted with the stark reality of what lay ahead. This was not merely a ceremony of initiation. It was the beginning of trials, the testing of faith, and the ever-looming shadow of the unknown. Every heart felt the tension, a mixture of hope and fear that stretched like a taut string, ready to be plucked. And in the distance, the sound of a distant thunder rolled, a reminder that the presence of God was both a comfort and a challenge. The people's joy mingled with a sense of trepidation as they sensed that they were standing at the precipice of something monumental. The air crackled with electric anticipation, the kind that leaves goosebumps on the skin and sends shivers down the spine, as they all knew. Today marked not just the consecration of Aaron and his sons, but the beginning of a sacred journey that would change everything. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an orange glow that danced across the faces of the gathered people. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, breaths held tight. A palpable tension hung in the air like mist. There was something about this moment, a promise, a whisper of the divine that thrummed in their hearts. The Israelites, encamped in the wilderness, stood on the cusp of encountering the unimaginable, the very presence of God among them. A hush fell over the crowd as Moses ascended the mountain, each step a testament to his unwavering faith. The ground trembled slightly beneath him, not just from his weight, but from the heavy expectation hovering in the atmosphere. This was no ordinary day. This was a day when heaven would brush against the earth, a day marked by divine intervention. The people clung to each other, eyes wide, as they felt the stirring of something greater than themselves. Above, the sky darkened, and a thick cloud swirled around Mount Sinai like a shroud, full of the weight of glory. Light flashed in brilliant bursts, illuminating the darkness in a dance of brightness that sent shivers down their spines. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a deep, resonant voice echoing through the valley. The sound was terrifying yet alluring, making the hairs on their arms stand on end. It was a reminder of the power that governed the universe, the power that had led them out of slavery and into freedom. In the midst of this celestial chaos, the people felt a stirring in their spirits. It was a call, a beckoning to witness the unfathomable. They could almost taste the presence of God, tangible and electric. Children clutched their mothers, their small fingers entwined with frantic urgency. Fear and excitement swirled together like a tempest, each heartbeat echoing the promise of what was to come. As Moses drew nearer to the summit, a flash of light erupted from the cloud, and the voice of the Lord resonated like a trumpet, clear and commanding. "I am the Lord your God," it declared, shaking the very foundations of their being. "You shall have no other gods before me." Each word cut through the air, sharp and piercing, igniting a fire within the hearts of the people below. The magnitude of this moment was overwhelming. Some fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces, as they grasped the weight of his presence. Others stood frozen, fear and awe wrestling within them. They were mere mortals, standing before the Creator of the universe, and the gravity of it hung thick in the air. As the commandments flowed from the cloud, a sense of order began to take shape amid the wild and chaotic emotions. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. Each commandment was like a lifeline, a promise of guidance in a world of uncertainty. The people listened, hearts pounding, absorbing the wisdom that echoed across the valley. Yet, even amidst this profound connection, doubt lingered on the edges. What if the God who had saved them could also destroy them? What if the glory they felt was too much to bear? As the thunder cracked and the mountain shook, some turned away, fear gripping them like a vice. Would they be consumed by this radiant power? But for those who chose to remain, who stood firm in their faith, a burning flame ignited within them. They felt transformed, as if the very essence of God was being woven into their souls. The glory of the Lord was not just an external force. It was an indelible mark upon their hearts, a promise of presence that would accompany them through the trials ahead. As the last commandment echoed through the air, the cloud began to lift, revealing a scene as breathtaking as the moment itself. The mountain, once covered in darkness, now glowed with an ethereal light. Moses descended, his face radiant, reflecting the glory of the Lord. Each step he took brought him closer to the people, and they could see it, the divine light illuminating his features, transforming him into a living testimony of God's presence. The atmosphere shifted once again, the air thick with emotion as Moses approached. He held the tablets, the words of God inscribed upon them, a tangible connection to the divine. The crowd surged forward, eyes wide with wonder, reaching out as if to touch the very essence of heaven. This was more than just a law. It was a covenant, an unbreakable bond between God and his people. But as the moment unfolded, a tension grew in the hearts of many. The fear of what was to come, the human tendency to falter in faith, whispered doubts. What if they could not keep these commandments? What if they failed? In that moment, the weight of their collective sin hung heavy, threatening to overshadow the glory that had just enveloped them. Yet, hope lingered in the air like the sweet scent of blooming flowers after the rain. The glory of the Lord was not merely an overwhelming force. It was an invitation, a call to a relationship that would endure through trials, through moments of weakness, through the uncertainty of the human experience. As they gazed upon Moses, they understood. The presence of God was as close as their willingness to accept it. But just as a storm can shift suddenly, so too could the hearts of the people. The whispers of doubt grew louder as they turned back to the familiar, the comfort of their past lives in Egypt. As Moses descended, the very air crackled with tension, the glory of the Lord still swirling around them, challenging them to respond. Would they embrace the divine presence, or would they allow fear to pull them away? The scene was set, the stakes were high, and as the people stood on the edge of destiny, they faced a choice that would echo through history. The glory of the Lord was among them, radiant and alive, but could they hold on to that divine promise in the coming trials? The air was electric with possibility, and as the sun began its descent, the light transformed into shadows, laying the groundwork for what was to come next. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the encampments of weary souls. Dust swirled in the air, swirling like whispers of hope and trepidation. Each flicker of flame from the campfires mirrored the flickering hearts of those gathered, each soul yearning for something more than their current reality. They were on the cusp of a momentous journey, one that would etch itself into the annals of history, a migration towards a dream that shimmered like a distant star on the horizon. Families huddled close, their hands intertwined as they shared quiet conversations, punctuated by the occasional laughter of children unaware of the gravity of the moment. Yet, beneath the surface, an electric tension buzzed, palpable and raw. Men and women exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting both fear and fierce determination. This was not just another day. It was the day when they would step away from the bonds of oppression and into the unknown, where freedom awaited, a promised land just out of reach. The memory of chains clinking against each other echoed in the background, a haunting reminder of the struggles they had faced. Behind them, stories of hardship and sorrow lingered, tales of their ancestors who had fought valiantly for survival. The echoes of those who had come before whispered through the air, instilling a sense of obligation, a duty to honor their sacrifices. They would march onward, not just for themselves, but for generations yet to come. With every heartbeat, the dream grew stronger, pulsating with the rhythm of their collective desire. Yet the path ahead was fraught with peril. Uncertainty loomed like dark clouds on the horizon, threatening to overshadow their hopes. The promise of a land flowing with milk and honey felt impossibly far, and doubts began to creep into the minds of the most steadfast believers. Every footfall seemed to carry the weight of history, each step a reminder of the trials that still lay ahead. Would they find sustenance? Would the land welcome them? These questions hung thick in the air, a tension so palpable it could be sliced with a knife. Among the crowd stood a mother, her child cradled protectively in her arms. She gazed into the distance, searching for answers in the fading light. The child cooed softly, blissfully ignorant of the storm brewing in the hearts of those around them. "What will we find?" she wondered silently, clinging to the hope that whispered through her soul. The weight of responsibility pressed down on her shoulders. She was not just a guardian of her child, but of dreams that spanned generations. A figure emerged from the throng, tall and resolute, a leader who commanded attention without uttering a word. His presence was magnetic, drawing the weary toward him like moths to a flame. As he raised his hands, silence enveloped the crowd. The flickering flames danced, casting shadows that played across the faces of the anxious gathering. Every eye focused on him, yearning for reassurance, for a spark of courage to ignite their hearts. "Tomorrow, our feet will tread upon the soil of our ancestors," he proclaimed, his voice steady and powerful. "We carry with us the dreams of those who came before us. We are not merely leaving behind what has bound us. We are forging a future that is ours to claim." His words struck like a hammer on iron, sending tremors of hope through the crowd. The air crackled with newfound energy, each person feeling the stirrings of strength within. Yet, even as hope surged, shadows danced at the edges of their minds. The stories of those who had tried before flickered like distant stars, reminders that the road was not easy. They had heard tales of the merciless wilderness, of treacherous rivers and mountains that seemed to scrape the sky. Each person carried their own fears, each heart a tapestry woven from past pain and present uncertainty. The warmth of hope was often chilled by the bite of doubt. As darkness fell, the campfires provided a flickering sanctuary against the creeping night. The aroma of food filled the air, mingling with the scent of sweat and leather. Laughter broke through the tension, a brief respite as families gathered to share what little they had. Yet beneath the surface, an unspoken agreement bound them together. They would not falter. They would not turn back. Their very existence depended on this choice. A young girl, no more than 10, stared into the flames, her face illuminated by the orange glow. "Will we find the promised land?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. The weight of her question hung in the air, drawing the eyes of those nearby. A hush fell over the group as they contemplated the enormity of her innocence. The leader, sensing the moment, knelt beside her, his eyes softening. "Yes," he replied, his tone steady, "but it will take courage and faith." He paused, searching for the right words. "We will face trials, yes, but together we can overcome anything." There was a fierce spark in his eyes, a conviction that resonated throughout the gathering. A soft murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, hearts beating in unison as they found solace in each other's strength. But as they prepared for sleep, the weight of the night pressed down on them like a heavy blanket. Each person struggled to quiet the doubts that clawed at their minds. They sought comfort in the songs of old, melodies that had been passed down through generations, songs that spoke of freedom and hope. Voices blended together, rising into the night sky, a harmonized prayer for strength and guidance. In the darkness, the stars twinkled overhead, bearing witness to the hopes and fears that flickered below. They were more than mere points of light. They were the dreams of those who had longed for a better tomorrow. The cries of the oppressed mingled with the winds, urging them onward. As sleep began to claim them, the flickering campfires mirrored the flickering dreams that still burned within each heart. Tomorrow would bring the first step on a path filled with both promise and peril, a road paved with the dreams of countless souls yearning for a better life. And as they lay beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, the very air crackled with emotion, the promise of a new beginning just beyond the dawn. The journey was about to unfold, the flames of hope fanned by the collective will of those who believed in something greater than themselves. Each heartbeat was a prayer, each breath a testament to their unwavering resolve. The road to the promised land lay ahead, and they were ready to face whatever trials awaited, together.